Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom from my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping out just to unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trill. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My love's clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. You ain't recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound, got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron, better run for it, run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it, trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life, don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing, you do best not to test it. Yeah, you right, real all in my blood supply. Get ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice and I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, so shout out to everybody who is in the building early. It is good to see each and every one of you. If you can hear me okay and everything looks and sounds good on the screen, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody that is in the building, all right? Shout out to Katsy. Shout out to the other 5 people who have not said anything yet. Glad you guys are here. We are about to talk about some interesting things, all right? We got to get some housekeeping out of the way, all right? We got to get some housekeeping out of the way, all right? The first issue of housekeeping that we got to get out of the way is we have to talk about the corporatization of cryptocurrency, all right? How many people invest in stock and believe that stock is the go-to investment to create future growth and future equity and value? That's my question. If you guys believe this, give me a thumbs up. If you do not believe this, then give me a thumbs down. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say this. As time moves forward, what you're seeing is the cryptocurrency market become the stock market of the stock market. Yeah. The companies that people traditionally invest in as quote unquote good investments, yeah, they're investing in crypto to increase their value. So the stock market is investing in the crypto market. The crypto market has become the stock market of the stock market. This is an inarguable fact. So if you've been investing in cryptocurrency, at the very least, since we've been talking about it on this channel, you have front run everyone in terms of future investment, which means that you have laid the seed for great exponential growth 5, 10 to 15 years into the future. You need to continue your investment strategy. And what you can see is that people are more invested in emotional validation than they are in financial security. So everything that anyone has been saying as far as any political objectives materially has been proven to be a complete and utter lie. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to my man, AB Promotions. Shout out to my man, AB Promotions. All right. Chief Liquidity Officer of Beastmark Financial / Strange Investments / Meme Crow Strategies, right? We currently have the liquidity pool up to how much? How much is the liquidity pool up to? Shout out to the liquidity pool, right? Another benefit of being part of the Beastmark Financial Group, right? Now, there was some other things that we needed to talk about. Shout out to everybody. If you haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. One of the things that we need to talk about is Crow. All right. Shout out to the Crow holders. If you are a Crow holder, shout out to Karen. What's good with it, Karen? If you are a Crow holder, your portfolio is looking very nice, depending on how much Crow you have. How many people had a chance to experience the upside growth in Crow? Now, we talked about this in the Discord, right? We said that the cool down would be catastrophic, right? And the cool down has been catastrophic. Shout out to Melanin in Mind. What's good with it, bro? Good to see you. The cool down has been catastrophic. However, you're still up about 20%, maybe about 30%, which is amazing, right? Because it's 20 or 30% more than you would have had, right? Shout out to the people with good wisdom, right? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with it, Brooklyn Queen? Shout out to the people with the good wisdom. The good wisdom is don't spend your money on depreciating assets. Spend your money on appreciating assets. Let me ask you guys this question. Is the US dollar an appreciating asset or a depreciating asset? We've talked about this before. When you buy a car, it depreciates when you drive it off the lot. When you get a paycheck, it depreciates when it deposits into your account. Bitcoin appreciates at all times. Very simple logic that people just can't grasp. But shout out to you guys because you guys have grasped it. And I'm sure if you've been investing in crypto since we've been heavily talking about this, your wealth is something that most people would be envious of. And it's going to continue to be envious. They're going to continue to be envious of it. All right. So let me see. I want to see something here. I want to just go back through some comments in the Discord as far as the cryptocurrency investments. All right. Shout out to Carlton staying on it with the ZBEC network. All right. ZBEC network is doing great things. Remember, 100,000 of those. Right. Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory was talking about TMI. Right. Shout out to TMI. Shout out to my man AB Promotions. Make sure you guys show AB Promotions some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for AB Promotions for standing on business for 23 months. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Y'all know what to do. Make sure y'all show AB Promotions some love for standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. All right. So one of the things that we were talking about, shout out to John. John put a comment in the Discord. It was hilarious how in one of the recent videos, TMI was upset about the company that made Bonk a part of its treasury. I think the company announced that they were that they were coming up with a Bonk treasury. Now, we talked about this on the channel here, right? And, you know, the companies, the reasoning for them using Bonk as their treasury was that it's quote unquote closely associated with Solana. And it's like, why would you just not get Solana? Why would you get Bonk? You know, and then we had the meme crow strategy discussion, and we just said it was kind of interesting, you know, to utilize a corporate meme crow strategy, but that's neither here nor there, right? I've always said this: appropriate meme coins, right? Appropriate meme coins have their place, right, in the portfolio. An appropriate meme coin's place is to add upside volatility and low side purchasing. That's the place. Your entire strategy, in my opinion, unless you know something that we don't, unless your strategy is pump and dump, right? Which, you know, there's pump and dump strategies. Those ain't really, you know, what people would consider ethical, but, you know, those can be a strategy. You know, Kanye West just recently came out with his coin, and a bunch of people became broke, and a small amount of people became wealthy, right? But the idea of a meme crow strategy, I don't know if that's really the best thing to lay a foundational cornerstone on. You know what I'm saying? If you ask me, appropriate diversification will not lead you wrong in most cases. Now, appropriate meme coins. For a meme crow strategy, in my opinion, as you guys know, Bonk is appropriate, right? Good tokenomics, solid place on the cryptocurrency, leaderboard, good growth potential. But I don't think that type of asset should make up your entire portfolio. It should make up the volatility portion of your portfolio. Now, what would be an appropriate meme coin? An appropriate meme coin would be a meme coin, in my opinion, that has over $1 billion market cap and has shown lasting power, is on a reliable and consistent blockchain, and has consistently performed, and has already become too big to be pump and dumped. Coins like Pepe, Doge, Toshi, Brett, Snake, deflationary, right? Pepe's deflationary. These type of meme coins, in my opinion, if you're looking to add volatility, those would be the most stable forms of volatility for you, right? If you're looking for something that just came out the other day off of pump.fun, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But then again, you have to understand that these things are for volatility specifically, right? So yeah, so there's that. All right. And you know, TMI is very opinionated when it comes to non-Bitcoin, non-Ethereum, non-Cardano, non-XRP. But I think that the evidence, you know, leads to data other than a complete bias against meme coins. Okay. Meme coins need to be classified, right? So the next thing we got to talk about is this quote unquote Ethereum upside. How many people have been hearing about the conversations of the Ethereum upside? If you guys have been hearing about the Ethereum upside conversations, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not been hearing about the Ethereum upside conversations, give me a thumbs down. What is the upside Ethereum conversation? You know, people are talking about the flipping again. We talked about this again. As soon as, you know, Ethereum goes back up to where it was before, all of a sudden everybody's talking about flipping. Do you guys remember? First, the conversations were about XRP flipping Ethereum when Ethereum wasn't doing very well, when Ethereum was down in the 1800s. You guys remember that? Now that Ethereum is doing better and it's back up to where it was before, right? Now here we are again. Now Ethereum is going to flip Bitcoin. Anything is possible, right? But you also have to look at the data surrounding the assumption, right? And here's some data. Shout out to Lehman Lucas. What's good with it, bro? And here's some data. What are the highest year-end Ethereum predictions that you've heard? Just give me some numbers in the chat. Now, here's another question. What are the highest Bitcoin year-end predictions that you've heard? Throw the numbers in the chat. Multiply that number times the total token supply. And then tell me which is larger. Now, what we also have to do is we also have to pay attention to the amount of money that's going into each asset. And as of right now, in a short period of time, there is more money going into Ethereum than there is going into Bitcoin in terms of ETFs. Just something to consider, right? So if we have an upside prediction on Ethereum for about $12,000 year end, how much Ethereum do you need to have the amount of money that you want to have at the end of the year? That's my question. Put the numbers in the chat. All right. There was some other things that I wanted to talk about. Shout out to Carlton. Because of Carlton, I decided not to pay my rent, and I dropped it all on Zbeck Network. So, you know, shout out to AB Promotions. If something doesn't happen, if we don't get these $1.56 per coin prices that Carlton guaranteed here in the chat, I'm gonna need somebody to give me a bailout on my eviction notice. You know what I'm saying? So let me see. We need to talk about Pingu. All right. Pingu. Let me ask you guys this question. Is Pingu a meme coin? That's my question for you guys. Let me know. My opinion, my personal opinion, Pingu is not a meme coin. Pingu is a token that represents a thriving ecosystem around a product, which that product is Pudgy Penguins. Meme coins are tokens that are made based on memes and based on memes related to trendy popular culture. Okay, shout out to Cassie. She said I'm always welcome down there. I appreciate it. I may need it. We're gonna have to get Carlton. He might get demoted if, you know what I'm saying, if we don't get this $1.56 Zbeck Network price. You know what I'm saying? You can't have the CEO out here homeless. Not looking good for the good company. Right? Shout out to John Guillory, World Liberty Financial, the stable coin, the dollar stable coin that they have. If I'm not mistaken, it's on Coinbase. And apparently also World Liberty Financial token is on Coinbase. All right. So I will definitely be buying some of that. All right. Pump.fund is doing real well. In my opinion, a Pump.fund ETF might not be a bad idea. Might not be a bad idea. All right. Other tokens that they've made ETFs with, C. All right. SEI. They just made a SEI ETF. Now, as soon as things start getting kind of wild, you get news like this. How many people heard this news? Whales dump Bitcoin, snatch up 456 million in Ethereum. Alt season next. If whales dumped Bitcoin, why is Bitcoin still over $100,000? Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Let me ask you guys this question. How many of you all are dumping your Ethereum to buy Bitcoin? If you're dumping your Ethereum to buy Bitcoin, give me a thumbs up. If you're not, then give me a thumbs up, thumbs down. And, you know, this is interesting. I don't know how the shapes and all that got changed on my StreamYards, but we're going to have to go back in and figure that out. We're going to have to go back in and figure that out. All right. How many people have heard of revenge saving? Apparently, that's what Americans are doing.
Let's talk money now. And after years of some inflation, high interest rates, economic uncertainty, many Americans are turning to what's being called revenge saving. That is stashing cash away to regain control of their finances. And this new trend is creating a powerful shift in how people are thinking about money.
Now, they want to regain control over their finances. Shout out to Mama Z. What's good with it? What's good with it, Mama Z? We need to talk about this. How do you lose control of your finances? How does that happen? There we go. I don't like that color. What? Yeah, yeah. No. We don't do the pastel lavender, like, you know what I'm saying? Anyway. How do you lose control of your finances? Now, if you watched Modern Investor's video that he had this morning, he talked about tokenization, real world assets. Now, you know, Michael Saylor always compares Bitcoin to buying property on Manhattan Beach. I think that's a good comparison. Real estate, for the most part, is where property is built that generates revenue or creates equity, right? Real estate. Let me ask you guys this question. Are blockchains akin to quote unquote digital estate? If we buy parts of Ethereum, which is what we buy when we buy Ethereum, and entire financial systems are being built not on the street next to you, but on the blockchain that you own a part of, is that digital estate? Is that digital real estate? People are building onto your property, right? That's what's happening? If the entire future is going to be digital and digitized, don't you want to own where people will be building? Isn't that how wealth is built? Isn't that how people's names become street names? If there's a street name called Williams Avenue, in most cases, somebody named William or a family with the last name of Williams either owned or developed that area. So Why would you not buy your plot of land right now? You can get your 400 Satoshis in a mule, right? So why are people not doing that? Look at what people are doing. This is making the news. People are losing faith in the financial system and they're upset with it. Now, I don't necessarily know if revenge saving is the way to appropriately deal with the financial bottlenecks that we have, because if you're revenge saving and you haven't de-dollarized, you're still within the financial matrix, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. You're still in the financial matrix. Here's my question for everybody. How do you get out of the financial matrix? How do you get out?
And finance pro Mark Henry, who is the founder and CEO of Alloy Wealth Management, is here to break it down for us. Mark, thanks for joining us. What is revenge saving?
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, what is revenge saving?
Yeah, so it's this idea of like hyper aggressively saving. I think we've had some years of hyper spending, and now all of a sudden, because of high inflation, because of prices, the younger generation and others are deciding it's time to take control of their finances and get very aggressive about saving money. And
now I want to ask you guys this question. How many people are doing this that you talk to in your daily life? Like when you have conversations, when you go out with your friends and, you discuss things, you might go out and hang out a little bit somewhere, kick it a little bit. How many of you all discuss this with your friends? I'm sick of this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm about to start revenge saving. I'm about to put some money up and I'm going to really show people what time it is. How many people are talking about that? Give me a number in the chat. And the number can be 0, right? Of your peers that are talking about strategic saving. Let me know.
Getting control of their finances.
Mm-hmm. It has been a couple of generations now since people lived through the Great Depression. They were, of course, the best savers of the last century. Ever. And so this is the first time this century.
Now, speaking of the Great Depression, gold is at an all-time high. How many people remember the Ukraine, the Russia report? Look at that, single digits. Shout out to Lehman Lucas, 2. Shout out to Mama Zeke, 0. Shout out to Karen Dorsey, 3. Good for you, Karen. That's what's good. Shout out to AB. AB said, I haven't heard anything about this from anyone. Now, shout out to Cassie. She's also got a 0, right? Cassie says, no one that I know. We do discuss only buying BOGO products and Sam's Club. What does that tell you about you guys? You guys are actually about that business. You guys are actually about that work. You may not know it, but you've been revenge saving ever since you decided to go on the cryptocurrency journey. The cryptocurrency journey that if you've been putting a little money aside ever since we completely changed the focus of the channel to cryptocurrency, you should have at the very least 1/10 of a Bitcoin. Now, I want to ask you this question. Who's making all you need is 1/10 of a Bitcoin video anymore? You're not seeing those videos anymore. Now the videos are all you need is 0.01 of a Bitcoin. So why? Because 0.01 of a Bitcoin is a struggle to get to for most people. But if you bought your 1/10 of a Bitcoin when it was only $1,000 or when it was only $100, you don't have to make that struggle now. That's the point. If you had $100 in 2017 and you put it in a CD, and you had $100 in 2017 and you bought Bitcoin, with the CD, you'd have $150 today. With the Bitcoin, you'd have $10,000 today. Now, everyone is telling you not to get Bitcoin, but the wealthiest people in the world are reestablishing their wealth through digital assets. Not only wealthy individuals, but wealthy corporations. I'm sorry, but if you do not have $1 billion+ dollars, I'm not going to dive right in and follow your financial strategy. That's just me. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. If the economy is an issue, money is a problem, why are so few of your peers talking about this with you all? This is something that everybody allegedly goes through. So if everybody allegedly goes through this, why are people not talking about it? We talk about it all the time. This is what we're going to do. I talk about this all the time. We need to get the liquidity pool higher. Shout out to the liquidity pool. Liquidity pool is up to what? $250? We need to get it to 1,000. We need to get it to 10,000. We need to start labeling our liquidity pool in cryptocurrency value. Right now, the liquidity pool is basically one SOL, is one Solana. If you're part of the liquidity pool, every time you're up, you can buy one Solana right now. Right? It's what you can buy. You can buy you a Solana, you can stake it if you're part of the liquidity pool. Right? We need to get this liquidity pool up to 1 ETH. Get it up to 1 Bitcoin. These should be the goals. But people aren't talking about doing these kind of things. But at the same time, they're talking about we don't have any money. What did Fetty Wap say? Everybody got their opinions, but they ain't got no money. Hey. Right? Everybody got their opinions, but they ain't got no money. Hey. I'm just saying.
This kind of mindset shift is happening. And how is it impacting spending decisions?
Well, it's becoming the flavor to say no, I guess I would say. So think about this. We've gotten into this culture where your friends invite you out to the nice dinner and everybody wants to say yes. Well, now it's becoming this idea of saying, hey, we're not going to go. We'd love to have you over. We'd love to join you, but we're hyper in saving and getting control of our finances.
Isn't that similar to what we're doing? Shout out to Carlton. Meme crow strategy, right? Loose chain strategy, strange investments, right? What did Carlton say in the Discord? I'll be implementing the loose change strategy to pick up as much XRP as I can while the price is under $3. You look at something that you might buy. Yo, I'm about to go buy some fast food. I'm not going to really buy no fast food because, I could get $10 in Bitcoin instead. And that $10 in Bitcoin is going to feed me longer than the food that I buy. Think about it. I could have spent $100 on a shrimp, scallop, and steak meal, but instead I spent $100 on Bitcoin. Now I got $10,000 for groceries. The majority of your money should always be spent on things that are going to bring money back to you. People are just now, quote unquote, waking up to this. But that's how you prioritize. So what this should tell you is that these are not really priorities that my friends have. These aren't priorities. They don't have this as a priority. How do you guys feel about that?
Another term for it is loud budgeting. I hate that word budget. I like loud spending plan better. But loud budgeting is really just letting people know what you're doing, and you're trying to take control and get back your life that you kind of lost, because it's been hard for many Americans to pay the bills right now. It's tough.
If you think to yourself, you know what, I really do need to aggressively save now, what's the best way to get started?
Yeah, you have to know where the money's going first. I think that's the number one thing. That's something, as you mentioned, the other generations were really good at. Remember, they used to write it all down. They knew wherever a dollar went. And right now, people really don't. So I always say, start with this. Where's the money going? So look at all the things that automatically come out of your account. All those gym memberships you signed up for. At one point in my life, I had 3. But it turns out you have to actually use them to get in shape. So find all the things that are hidden that are coming out of your account. Assign a job to every dollar. It's called zero-sum budgeting. There's that budget word again. But know where every dollar goes and assign a job for it.
We go beyond that, right? We have a job for every penny. And the job for every penny is to bring us back $100. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. If you bought Bitcoin back in 2008, I mean, every, penny that you spent would have brought you back $100,000. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen has become a crypto barista. She's become your crypto barista at BitBucks Coffee. Brooklyn Queen says, I make my blended coffee and smoothies at home so I can buy more crypto. Bruh, you get enough crypto in a couple years, you just be able to buy a Starbucks and just go in and be like, I need something off the tap. I got to go spend some more money. Oh, no, we don't charge her. She's the owner. Oh, damn. She's the owner. Oh, shit. Okay. She comes in at, 7 o'clock every morning to get her day started. If you really want to move up on the ladder, you want to make sure that you have it made the way that she likes it, ready at 6:55, so when she walks in, you can just hand it right off. Oh, bet. Yeah, bet. That's the future you want, right? If that's the future you want, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, give me a thumbs down.
What should we be doing with the money once we're saving it? I know people will always say, oh, don't leave it just sitting in a savings account because you're not getting enough return for that. So if you are saving.
What did she just say? Now this isn't, crypto extremism or Bitcoin maximalism, or this is local news. CBS News Boston. She said, if you leave your money in a savings account, you're not making any money. That's right. We've talked about inflation decay. We've talked about dollar depreciation. She just said it. If you sit your money in dollars and there's other assets that your money can sit in, every percentage of revenue that those other assets generate is an opportunity cost that you're incurring by leaving your assets in dollars. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
What should we be doing with the money once we're saving it? I know people will always say, oh, don't leave it just sitting in a savings account because you're not getting enough return for that. So if you are saving, what should you do with the money?
Well, that's a great point, because the reality is there's so much advice on all the social media sites right now. And the first word I would say is be cautious. So one of the mistakes we see people making is they get excited about doing this revenge savings and really going to get fired up about saving. Well, we do that. Have we paid off our credit card? So let's talk about that for a second, because high yield credit card debt and things like that have to go away. But what comes first? An emergency fund always comes first. So that is actual money that you will not be investing. It needs to be in a high yield savings account, typically not found at your local bank, but many online banks actually have some savings accounts that pay a pretty good interest rate right now. So you get an emergency fund of 3 to 6 months spending, then you tackle all the debt. Once the debt's gone, when I say all the debt, I'm not talking about homes and cars. I'm talking about the credit cards. Once you have that under control, now it's time to start saving and really get invested. And that's where you start opening up things like Roth IRAs, if you're allowed to contribute to them. I love the Roth brokerage accounts, contributing to your company's 401 403s, and all the other ways you can save money. But first things first, emergency fund always comes first.
Yeah. Once you have those things set up, thinking about the long term is so important. But then people start to think, well, I got to live. You know, it's the summer. What's the point in living if I can't have a good time? How do you find the right balance?
Shout out to John Guillory. What's good with you, bro? Now, did you hear what she said? And did you hear what he said? They're talking about paying off credit cards. Shout out to Strange Investments. Shout out to Beastmark Financial. You guys know how we gauge investments. Our investment return target should always be higher than 10% of the highest credit card rate. So now here's my question. What is the highest credit card rate that you guys have ever seen? I would say in the 30s, right? Let's just, 40%. 40% APY, which means that our target investment should always be positive 50% APY at the floor. Why is that? Because if there's ever a catastrophic event and you have to end up getting liquidated, the liquidation should always, at the very least, put you at zero, at the least. But you don't want to be at zero. You want to at least have something left if you have a catastrophic liquidation. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So that's where we get the target number of 10% higher than the highest credit card rate. The next thing that you want to do is you want to make sure that once you get to that investment rate, right, that you now have more wealth than the amount of debt that you have. Companies do this all the time. The accounting department on the balance sheet, assets versus liabilities, right? Once your investments equal or exceed your debt, when you have equity debt parity, and then you have equity surplus, you're going in the right direction. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Now, again, I want to ask you guys the question. If everybody is dealing with these problems, if this is a persistent issue for everyone, why are more people not talking about this? Wealth is empowerment, right? So they say. Right?
In saving money, but also living your life.
Yeah, especially for families. I encourage people to get their families involved in this idea. Teach your children. They're so smart and they can learn so much, and they're going to have to do this for themselves. So the way to do that and actually enjoy it is you have to have fun. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. So when you think about that, let's plan the summer vacations, the weekend vacations, the weekend trips, but let's plan them around a spending plan. We have this much available, so let's sit at the kitchen table and say, we can spend this much this weekend. What can we go do that will be...
Here's an even better idea. Make your investments fun. Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said that's what the pro-blacks say. Facts. And what do Beastmark Financial say? We did an analysis, and the prospectus on the Wakanda business model is negative indefinitely. Right? So there's that.
Be great fun, but stay within our goals and teach your family how to do this kind of stuff. And getting young children involved can make it extremely actually fun.
Yeah, always good to teach them how to find free fun, right? All around you.
That's
Any
right.
final takeaways or advice as we go from summer into the school year?
Yeah, I would say it's difficult right now, especially with the school year starting. There's so many things that cost so much money. But here's the reality of this. Revenge savings is awesome. And what I mean by that is simply this. Getting control of your finances can be one of the best things you'll ever do.
White supremacy. Right? Period. Done. End of stream. We done. Ain't got nothing else to say. Shut it down. Call it a day. Shout out to AB. You know what I'm saying? 23 months of membership. Hey, I wouldn't disagree with what this guy said. Getting control of your finances is the best thing that you can do. It's empowerment. Information's not available. This information is available. Right? If I'm incorrect, please. Right? Because this is an open forum here.
People find themselves many times in a place they never planned on being and they don't like it. But the question I would ask them is, where was your plan to be somewhere else?
Where was your, there you go. Where was your plan to be somewhere else? We see that a lot, don't we? If we see that a lot, give me a thumbs up. If we don't see that a lot, then give me a thumbs down. So apparently amongst some people, we don't know who these people are, but American people somewhere, right? There's this idea of revenge saving that's clearly not popular on YouTube. And, you know, people aren't talking about, you're not hearing very much about it.
Well, today is a great day to get started planning to be in a different place in 2 years.
2 years.
In 12 months. And you can do it. Others have, and you can too.
There you go. There you go. What do you guys think about that? What are you guys' thoughts on that? I thought that was a very interesting video. Now, mind you, you know, they didn't mention anything specifically about crypto, right? But that's okay. Because it's the behavior, the repetition, and the muscle memory that's important. Shout out to Beastmark Financial. It's a blood drinking day today. Okay? It's a blood drinking day today. Go get you a cup of V8. Or if you actually get blood, if you actually drink blood, I hear B positive is the favorite of vampires. You know what I'm saying? Now, a lot of stuff is in the red. What does that mean? Ethereum is at $4,293. Solana under 200, right? So the liquidity pool is right now higher than one soul. Is higher than one soul. So here's my question: why would you not be part of the liquidity pool? Buy you a Solana with the liquidity. You can get you one Solana a month right now at the current price. Part of the liquidity pool. Right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. The more liquidity, the more crypto you're able to buy. Shout out to AB Promotions, CEO of Liquidity. All right. The hell? If you got, are you guys able to hear me? If you guys can hear me, give me a thumbs up. If you can't hear me, give me a thumbs down. Fuck. There we go. All right. Computer here froze for a quick second. Oh, that's not good. Shout out to Katsy. Katsy says, I need platelets. Mine are at 22. You need to be at 100,000. Now, you know, people will be like, oh, you just saying that because of cryptocurrency. No, you actually do need to be at 100,000 platelets. Look it up. I'm just saying. Okay. So yeah, you're gonna wanna get you some platelets. You know what I'm saying? You definitely want to get you some platelets. You're gonna have bruises on your fingers just from grabbing a pen. You know what I'm saying? How many people believe this? Whales dump Bitcoin, snatch up 456 million in Ethereum. Alt season next. Is this a quote unquote dump, or is this a quote unquote rebalancing? Now, let me ask you guys a question. What's the difference between a dump and a rebalancing? who actually knows if this Bitcoin is being swapped for Ethereum, right? Now, these kind of articles are intended to impress the minds of smaller investors. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. I want to ask you guys this question. How many of you all are going to go out today and dump your Bitcoin for Ethereum? Are you guys going to, if you're going to do that, give me a thumbs up. If you're not going to do that, give me a thumbs down. Here we go again. I don't know what the fuck is going on with the computer. Are you guys able to hear me? If you guys can hear me, give me a thumbs up. If you can't hear me, give me a thumbs down. You guys hear me? You guys able? If you guys can hear me, give me a thumbs up. If you can't hear me, give me a thumbs down. I don't know what's going on with my computer. I think it might be time for a new one. There we go. I'm back. Can you guys hear me? If you guys can hear me, give me a thumbs up. If you can't hear me, give me a thumbs down. Crypto whales have shifted from Bitcoin to Ethereum, accumulating 456 million as Ethereum outperforms Bitcoin this month. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Over the last 2 or 3 years, which coin has outperformed what? Now, again, and also, you know, this isn't any shade against Ethereum, right? Because I'll be the first person to tell you, don't sell your Ethereum. But these articles do not give the entire picture. And you have to look at the entire picture before acting on one of these headlines. Okay? Cryptocurrency whales are making a decisive shift in strategy, dumping Bitcoin while quietly scooping up hundreds of millions of dollars worth of Ethereum, sparking renewed speculation that an altcoin season could be on the horizon. They've been talking about altcoin season. They've been talking about the flipping. All while Bitcoin has continuously traded above 50% of its all-time high. Ethereum just got a new all-time high. So far this year, Bitcoin has had at least 3 or 4 all-time highs, and it hasn't dipped under 80% of the all-time high. But they're talking about just in this, you know, last 2 or 3 months, oh my God, Ethereum is outperforming Bitcoin. More reinforcement of short-term mind state. Okay. Blockchain analytics firm Arkham reported on Tuesday that 9 large whale addresses purchased a combined $456.8 million in Ether. Okay. Now, here's the question. Why is this not? How many people saw the upside? Yeah. Shout out to Mama Zeke. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Trying to get people to sell their Bitcoin. Yeah. Ethereum's doing good. Great. I'm going to buy me some Ethereum when it's down. Am I going to trade Bitcoin for Ethereum? I'm not trading any. I'm not getting rid of any Bitcoin. Right? Another thing that we need to talk about, quick tangent in regards to Bitcoin, is how many people have looked at the halving schedule. If you guys have looked at the Bitcoin halving schedule, give me a thumbs up. If you have not looked at the Bitcoin halving schedule, give me a thumbs down. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say this. Everyone needs to look at the Bitcoin halving schedule and look at the last year Satoshis will be made. What you need to do is you need to get whatever app it is or whatever staking mechanism that it is that you utilize to invest in Bitcoin. You need to make sure that your return on your Bitcoin starts at the lowest staking reward and try to get it to the highest staking reward as fast as you can. Yeah, facts. Shout out to AB Promotion. AB Promotion says Bitcoin is practically unobtainable. Facts. So in those years, when there's barely any Bitcoin coming off of the mining, if you already have enough Bitcoin where your interest in Bitcoin is higher than what's coming out of the mining, you are basically proportional with what MicroStrategies has today. Your family will be fine forever. That should be one of your goals. You know, we got the affluency combo. That's part of it. Okay. 9 whale addresses just bought $450 million worth of Ethereum. 9 massive addresses just bought a total of $456.8 million US dollars worth of Ethereum. 5 of these addresses received from BitGo, while the remainder purchased their Ethereum with Galaxy Digital over the counter. Whales are buying Ethereum. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Why did the price not move? And why did the price of Crow move on the announcement of a Trump $6.8 million or $6.8 billion treasury? That's my question for you guys. Why? Let me know in the comment section. Why did that happen? Why did that happen? Crow shot up in value. Now it's coming down, but it still retained value, right? But why did Crow react so sharply to that? And why is it that we hear all of this information about Bitcoin, all these billions of dollars, and nothing ever happens with the Bitcoin price? I need you guys to tell me the answer to that question. Shout out to Katsy. Katsy says, I don't know, but you're right. Ethereum has barely moved. Right. Why? Why? This is important. This is extremely important because people need to understand this so that they can understand how these prices move and how these prices react. It's extremely important. You need to understand all of this stuff completely so that you can completely create a foolproof financial strategy. Shout out to Katsy. Katsy says, is it because it's being moved within portfolios? I wouldn't say that. I would say that there's a more clean, crisp mathematical answer. Shout out to the people in the chat. Somebody tell me what Crowcoin's total market cap is. Crowcoin market cap. What is Crowcoin's market cap? Up. Here we go. We stuck. Shout out to everybody watching. I'm just waiting for the computer. There we go. All right. Crowcoin's market cap is 8.86 billion. $8.86 billion. The announcement of a Trump media Crow coin $6.8 billion reserve is higher than what Crow's market cap was. The actual announcement was higher than the Crow market cap at the time. Nobody's making any investment higher than Bitcoin or Ethereum's market cap. A $400 million Ethereum investment is a small portion of Ethereum's total market cap. As you guys can see, the market cap of Crow is $8.86 billion. Trump buying $6.8 billion in Crow, it's almost the whole market cap. That's why you got that price action. Okay? So people are like, I don't understand why the price don't move. I don't understand why the price don't move. Let's look at Ethereum, right? Let me see. Ethereum's total market cap is $528 billion. Look, $528 billion. So if somebody makes an announcement and says, we're going to buy $1 billion worth of Ethereum, that's less than 1%. $1 would be $5.2 billion. Right? We're going to get $5.2 billion worth of Ethereum. If somebody said we're gonna do a $900 billion investment into Ethereum, you would have seen that Crow market, that Crow action on Ethereum. Shout out to Carlton. It's all mathematical. Like, none of this stuff is a mystery. So people say, oh, I don't understand why the prices aren't moving. Voila, now you do. If somebody says, I'm going to buy $100 million worth of Bitcoin, you're like, yo, why the price don't move? Because $100 worth of Bitcoin is nothing compared to Bitcoin. The market cap is in the trillions. Market cap of Bitcoin is $2.2 trillion. If somebody says I'm going to buy 1 billion Bitcoin, so what? So what? What percentage of 2.2 trillion is 1 billion? A very, very small percentage, which is why you'll get very, very small price movement. Now with Crow, again, at the time, $6.8 billion invested into Crow is more than what Crow's market cap was. The price reacted. Why is it going back down? Well, one of the reasons that it's going back down is because no purchases have been made yet. It just went up like that on an announcement. And the announcement created the speculation. Right? So there's that mystery solved. Right? So when you hear stuff like this, as far as like these whales, remember, these people may be whales, but Ethereum and Bitcoin are also whales. Okay? They're also whales. So you're buying $164 million worth of Ethereum. So what? Ethereum's market cap is $500 some billion. 164 million, that's not even 1%. So unless there's massive amounts of these announcements per day equaling more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10%, you're not really going to see the type of price movement. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't make sense, give me a thumbs down. All right. Of those 5 addresses received transfers from custodian BitGo, while the remainder bought their Ethereum through Galaxy Digital's over-the-counter desk. Arkham described the purchases as massive, highlighting, quote unquote, the growing appetite for Ethereum among deep-pocketed investors. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. What changed with Ethereum? Remember, Standard Chartered had sliced their prediction. Oh, Ethereum's not going to go above $4,000 this year. It's already above $4,000 in one fair swoop. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said the price moved when that whale sold 30,000 sold 30,000 Bitcoin. Right. If BlackRock and MicroStrategies dumped all their Bitcoin all at the same time, that would cause price movement. We're talking about over $1 million. Now we are actually talking about over a 1%, like 1 million Bitcoin is over 1%. You know what I'm saying? What's 1 divided by 21 million? 1 divided by 21 million. Yeah, that's 4%. That's 4%. Like between BlackRock and MicroStrategies, they have at least 5% of the Bitcoin supply. You know what I'm saying? And then you're talking about Mara Holdings and MetaStrategy or MetaPlanet and all that. Now, if all these people did all this stuff at the same time, which they're not doing it all at the same time, and the buys ain't happening on the same day, you're not going to get these giant booms. But what you are going to get is you're going to get sustained upward movement, which is what you see with Bitcoin. There's sustained upward movement. There's not really sustained upward movement with a lot of the other crypto. It kind of comes in bursts. Bitcoin's not really moving in bursts too much anymore. It's just sustained upward. Right? So you're not really getting the volatility that you had before with Bitcoin. Which, that the volatility, Michael Saylor has started buying Bitcoin at the lower prices. You're going to see higher volatility at 20,000 than you're going to see at 100,000. Now, why is that? Because how easy is it for, at those prices, those things to move? At 20,000, you can kind of swap, sell, swap, sell, swap, sell. 10,000, swap, sell, swap, sell. The more lower it is in price, the easier it is to swap, sell, swap, sell. You're not really going to want to be doing that when these things get into the 100,000s, millions of dollars. Shout out to Cassie. Cassie said, I'm good with sustained upward movement. Yeah, me too. Me too. And then if you ask me, that's the Bitcoin place in the portfolio. That's the Bitcoin component of the financial machine. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now this is the time when everybody's focused on Ethereum. This is the time when you stack more Bitcoin, right? Why are you stacking more Bitcoin? Well, you're stacking more Bitcoin because Bitwise sees Bitcoin reaching $1.3 million. You know what I'm saying? That's why. By 2035, it's only 10 years. So if you've got a tenth of a Bitcoin in 2035, how much will your Bitcoin be worth? We're going to get to this eventually, right? Because there's more. Bitcoin to hit 1.3 million by 2035 as institutions drive demand. Now, do you think that these whales who are quote unquote trading, do you guys think that they've just lost interest in that? Yeah. You know, I ain't got time for no $1.3 million in 2035. They're buying Ethereum right now so they can buy more Bitcoin. Okay. Ethereum whale signals shift as Bitcoin slips and Ethereum outperforms. The move was quickly echoed by fresh data from Look On Chain, which revealed that 8 newly created wallets just snapped up another 35,948 Ethereum worth 164 million within just 8 hours. This is why we got to get our liquidity pool higher, right? These wallets received their coins from Falcon X and Galaxy Digital, reinforcing the view that institutional grade platforms are serving as key pipelines for whale accumulation. All right. A Bitcoin OG sold another 750 Bitcoin, which is 83.11 million in the past 2 hours. 12 years ago, he received 5K Bitcoin worth 1.66 million then at only $332 and only started selling after Bitcoin broke 90,000 in December of 2024. He has sold 1,750 Bitcoin at $108,000, leaving 3,250 Bitcoin. I mean, that's amazing. That's amazing. How many people are amazed by that? Soon they'll be writing these articles about our wallets, right? That's what I'm looking forward to. Shout out to Carlton, right? The next article will say whale transfers 1 billion crow with knife. Right? Some lucrative whale just transferred 1 billion crow with knife. You know, say, oh my God, it's front page news. Oh man, that's hilarious. You know what I'm saying? I told you, man, I was gonna pay my rent, but I saw what you posted in the Discord, and I said, man, screw this rent. I'm about to buy as much ZBEC network as I can. So now here it says the whale activity comes against a backdrop of diverging performance between the two largest cryptocurrencies. Over the past month, Ethereum has surged nearly 18%, while Bitcoin has slipped 6.4%. Okay, so remember, how many people remember? Didn't I keep telling everybody, stop what you're doing? While Ethereum is 1,800, buy up as much as you can, because something's wrong. It's not supposed to be at that price. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said rent can wait till next month. Facts. You know they got 30 days to do the eviction and then 90 days till you go to court. We got time. We got time. We got time, and the eviction ain't gonna take up. It's not gonna take up a whole ETH. Right? The eviction ain't gonna take up a whole ETH. You know what I'm saying? We out here, right? Bitcoin touched an all-time high of $124,128 earlier this year, but now trades 10.3% below that peak. So again, that's 79.7% below the all-time high. I want you guys to show me other cryptocurrencies that are trading right now at 79% of their all-time high. And this is what I'm saying about these articles. You got to look at the big picture. Analysts note that some long dormant Bitcoin holders have begun taking profits. A whale who first acquired Bitcoin in 2013 when the token traded at just $332 recently moved 750 Bitcoin worth 83.3 million to Binance. So you know what that means? It's going to Binance because it's about to get sold. Right? It's going to Binance because it's about to get sold. I want to ask you guys this question. Do you all understand what to do with your money? Do you all understand what to do with your crypto? This is a long game, and you got plenty of time to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Shout out to Clips, right? You guys remember the rap group Clips? Lord willing, right? Lord willing, everybody's still here in 10 years, right? The next wave of articles will be about you, right? Take these words home and think it through, because the next article, Cointelegraph, right, might be about you, right? Look at these. These were all attainable. All of these were attainable. Back then, in 2013, Bitcoin was only $332. If you had invested $332 in 2013, in 2025, which is 12 years later, you'd have $100,000. You'd have $100,000. What do you all think about that? Okay. Despite selling part of his stack, the investor still holds another 750 Bitcoin in his original wallet and an associated address containing 2,500 Bitcoin, valued at more than 276 million. On-chain observers speculated that the proceeds may be redirected into Ethereum. So again, this is speculation. This is speculation. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. How accurate do you think that this speculation is? The speculation doesn't matter. Considering swapping assets is not what the consideration should be. The consideration should be, I need to get as much Bitcoin and Ethereum as I can get. That's what I need to do. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Similar cross-asset plays have already been documented. Earlier this month, one whale sold 670 Bitcoin worth 76 million to purchase 68,130 Ethereum valued at 295 million. Another address, inactive since 2021, withdrew 6,334 ETH, around 28 million, from Kraken, signaling renewed activity from sideline investors. I mean, these people just have all this crypto just sitting there. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I wouldn't be surprised if most of us become millionaires by the end of this cycle. Now, let me ask you guys this question. If everyone who watches and has dedicated to the discipline and the ways of the beast mark, if all of you become millionaires by the end of this cycle, what's more valuable, that or a YouTube silver plaque? I got like 700 people in my chat, y'all. I got like 700 people in my chat, y'all. I like chat, y'all. I like chat, y'all. I like chat in the chat. I like chat, y'all. Hey. I got 11 millionaires in my chat. You see, my chat's worth $11 million. You got to qualify to be in the chat. It's a private club. Private client services. Right? Exclusivity. You have to qualify for the chat. You know what I'm saying? You got to hold at least 1/10 of a Bitcoin. Y'all know the criteria. You have to have completed at least one part of the $1 million bundle. And if you haven't completed at least one part, for one, you can't be a part of the liquidity pool. And for two, it's really this ain't the place for you. You need to go to Walmart. This is Whole Foods. Okay? You need to go buy you some New Amsterdam. We drink Ace of Spades. Okay? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, here it says in an even larger operation, an unknown participant reportedly purchased 2.55 billion in Ether through Hyperliquid and staked the coins, effectively locking them out of circulation. So, I mean, if you're staking, look, I want you guys to understand this. You're staking $2.5 billion of Ethereum, right? So this is billion, right? 2.5 billion. If you stake that, and Ethereum is about what, 2.5% APY? Right? About 2.5% APY. Let me see. Hold on. 2.5. Yeah, 2.5% APY. That's $62,500,000 in passive income a year. Woo! Shout out to Katsy. You've been around long enough. You grandfathered in. You ain't got to worry about it. Some people are grandfathered in. You know what I'm saying? Some people make the investment elsewhere, and that counts too. You know what I'm saying? But for anybody that's new, yeah, get in line. You know what I'm saying? Get in line. He staked all this Ethereum. Woo-wee. Look at this. This trader made 50 million on Ethereum and withdrew it to buy even more Ethereum. This Hyperliquid whale made 49.55 million longing Ethereum perps on 4 accounts. Then he withdrew it to these addresses where he was buying 2.5 billion of Ethereum in spot. This massive whale just bought and staked 2.5 billion US dollars worth of Ethereum. This guy bought 2.55 billion US dollars worth of Ethereum from Hyperunit and staked it all through the same staking contract. His last deposit was only an hour ago. Will he keep buying? Look at that. So right, that's if you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's crazy. He never has to work again. Right, that's crazy no work. No, that's not crazy work. He's not going to be working. This is crazy no work. You know what I'm saying? You know how the kids nowadays, can we go on a tangent real quick? All slang is now drug talk. It's all drug coded talk. As you hear the kids nowadays, oh, that's loud. Oh, that's gas. And you sitting there listening like, people used to talk like that to, you know what I'm saying? Like, keep certain stuff off of the radar on the phone. Or, you know what I'm saying, depending on who you're talking to, if they might be wearing a wire or not, right? It's the same thing with the money metrics, right? You know what I'm saying? A stack is $1,000, right? A rack is $10,000, right? You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be talking about these large quantities of money. Now, all the slang that the kids is using now is all drug language. Crazy work, right? Oh, that's crazy work. That's crazy work. You know what I'm saying? We talked about this before, right? So I was like, you know what? I'm about to start making up my own slang. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to be like, yo, that's meth. You know what I'm saying? $10,000. You know what I'm saying? Turning $10,000 into $100 million. Yo, that's meth. what I'm saying? Staking $2.5 billion worth of Ethereum. Yo, that's Ron. Oh, that's Ron. What you mean that's Ron? That's heroin, man. You know what I'm saying? If loud and gas, if these are the terms of endearment now for how high quality something is, well, I mean, shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta you gotta go beyond that. Then you gotta talk about the death highs. You gotta talk about, like, man, that's Flocka. You know what I'm saying? You gotta take it all the way there. Like you gotta take it all the way there. That when people say that's raw, oh, what do you mean that's raw? It's raw. You talking about cocaine? You know what I'm saying? All of the slang of 2025 is all derived from masked drug talk. Shout out to AB. Yeah, that dog food, man. Look, you trying to get you. Hey, if we're gonna buy some more Doge, we need dog food to put into the system, bro. We need some more dog food. We need some more dog food. You see that price pump on dog with hat? Yo, that's Ron right there. You know what I'm saying? If you're listening and these are the languages of slang, right? Doge food, right? Shout out to Carlton. Yo, we need liquidity. That's Doge food. You know what I'm saying? We need that. We need it liquid. We need to syringe in some money. That's what we need to say. Yo, I just syringed in $50,000 on Bitcoin. It's liquid. Yeah, shout out to Cassie. Yeah, dog with hat. But dog with hat coin, it haven't been doing real good. It's not doing real good. You know what I'm saying? It was doing real good. It's not doing real good these days. You know what I'm saying? A lot of meme coins ain't doing real well these days. But you know what to do with the meme coins when they're not doing real well. That's when it's time to scoop them up, and then you just sit on them. You know what I'm saying? Then you just sit on them until they do well. Then you do what you do, right? So it says here, such moves suggest that major players are using Bitcoin profits to rotate into Ethereum during moments of correction, which is what now they're not liquidating their entire Bitcoin, right? Understand that. If you guys would agree, shout out to Cats. Yeah, it needs to be fed. It needs some dog food. It needs to get some money syringed in. It needs some money syringed in. When you got a lot of money in your banking account, we need to call it cotton ball. Yo, my banking account cotton balled. You know what I'm saying? What you mean banking account cotton balled? I thought y'all was using drug talk. You know what I'm saying? Thought y'all was using drug talk. What you mean you don't know what to mean? The bank account is cotton balled? You thought your mom just fell asleep on the toilet? You know what I'm saying? She thought that's what you thought happened? You thought your mom was diabetic? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, sorry. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says CoinGecko data shows that Ethereum has dropped 13% in recent days, falling from 4,900 to around 43,000. Now, I've heard some downside predictions that Bitcoin may go as low as $100,000. I've heard another price floor at like 107,000. I'm always buying Bitcoin, but you know what I'm saying? You know what to do when the prices get lower. That's when you work your overtime. Right? That's when you work your overtime. So now here says analysts argue that whales view this pullback as an attractive entry point for accumulation, adding fuel to Ethereum's long-term bullish case. Market strategists also point to structural differences between Bitcoin and Ethereum that may be driving the shift. Analyst Willie Wu explained that much of Bitcoin's supply remains concentrated in the hands of early investors or OG whales who acquired their holdings for $10 or less. What do you guys think about that? With such a low cost basis, these investors can still realize astronomical profits even at today's prices, creating persistent sell pressure that absorbs large amounts of new capital before prices can climb higher. So, and again, this right here is another key to why these quote unquote prices don't move. In addition to the metrics that we talked about, all of these things working at the same time. In contrast, Ethereum supply is seen as more dynamic, with staking mechanisms providing additional incentive for whales to accumulate and hold. Analyst Ted Pillow argued that distribution pressure on Bitcoin is capping its rallies, while flows into Ethereum are gaining strength. Now, all that has to happen is if Ethereum goes up 15 or Bitcoin goes up in 15% in one day, all of this narrative will change, right? All of this narrative will change. All of a sudden, it'll be whales shifting out of Ethereum, going into Bitcoin. Like we've seen it, we've heard it all. We've seen it and heard it all. We don't care about the noise. The only thing we care about is entry points and best available prices. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to AB. If it drops, we cop. Facts. Facts. If you guys agree with AB, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Whales are taking profit versus cost basis with flows rotating into Ethereum, he said, warning that Bitcoin's upside momentum remains vulnerable unless selling pressure stabilizes. Well, I mean, it is what it is. We're not looking to move like this currently. But when we're able to move like this, we'll have an AI doing it, right? Ethereum outpaces Bitcoin as capital rotates towards altcoins. I need you guys to tell me in the comments what this means. What does this mean? What's happening right here? What does this mean? Somebody help me out. Ethereum is pulling ahead of Bitcoin as institutional capital shifts into Ethereum, with analysts pointing to the strongest signs of an altcoin rotation in 4 years. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How long have they been saying this? They've been talking about this forever. And we've seen these articles in many cases epically fail. In some cases, the articles are right. A lot of times the articles epically fail. A lot of times they epically fail. Shout out to Media Digitization Solutions. Congratulations from all at the London Stock Exchange. Bitcoin's looking good, guys. Hey, I would agree. Shout out to Media Digitization Solutions. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. I would absolutely agree. Shout out to Katsy. Katsy says they really want us to sell our Bitcoin. Yeah, they do. They want your Ethereum too. They want your Bitcoin first. Second, they want your Ethereum. They'll settle for your Solana and your XRP and your Cardano. So the more pressure that's put on trying to force people to sell, you need to understand that as a signal that you need to buy more. Let me ask you guys this question. What fundamental issue about Bitcoin is quote unquote currently failing? Is there any loss? Is there any lack of integrity in Bitcoin? Has Bitcoin deteriorated in quality? Have companies just started rapidly dumping their Bitcoin? What would make Bitcoin quote unquote negative right now? None of that is happening. The same way none of that was happening with Ethereum when the price was $1,800. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Now, right now, does it seem more obvious what was going on when Ethereum was $1,800? What was going on when Ethereum was $1,800? Right. Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said, been saying this for years. And what have I been saying for years? I've been saying in the near future, with Bitcoin exceeding and staying at $100,000 and remaining at greater than 50% of market dominance, I don't know if there will ever be a mathematical altcoin season again. So far, that hasn't been proven wrong. Right? Because remember, the true definition of altcoin season is when altcoins make up more than 50% of the market dominance. All of these new renditions of the altcoin season definition, with Bitcoin dominance falling, Bitcoin dominance goes up and down all the time. The determinant, the key determinant is Bitcoin must be less than 50% of the total cryptocurrency market. If Bitcoin is going to $1.3 million in 2035, I don't see that unless there's just a wildly insane rally into other coins. I don't see how that can happen at this current moment. Bitcoin by itself, without the rest of the cryptocurrency market, makes up 1% of the global money supply. Did you guys know that? How many people were aware of that? If you guys were aware of that, give me a thumbs up. If you were not aware of that, give me a thumbs down. If you guys were aware of that, give me a thumbs up. If you were not aware of that, give me a thumbs down. I have to find an article about that. I thought I had it. I'm about to try to see if I can find it real quick. But that is a factual statement. Let's see if I got it up here already. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah. The Bitcoin now makes up. There we go. Yeah, here it is on the AI overview. Let me see. Where? Let me see. Hold on real quick. Where's the article for that? Let me see. Now, this is old, right? This is back in these are old articles. I'm about to show you guys these old articles, and then I'm going to show you the AI overview. I can't find the recent one. But all right, I want you guys to take a look at this. And if I find it, if I see that article again, we'll do a whole stream talking about that. All right. You guys see the AI overview right here? Bitcoin currently accounts for approximately 1% of the total global money supply. This figure reflects its growing role in the financial ecosystem, although it remains a small fraction compared to total traditional currencies. Okay. And my computer's stuck again. You guys able to hear me? If you guys can hear me, give me a thumbs up. If you can't hear me, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, it's definitely time to get a new computer. You know I'm not about to buy one though. I'm about to use this bad boy until it stopped working. All right. I want to find that there's a chart. Man, there's a chart. Let me see. Hold on. Bitcoin and the money supply. Now, in March of 2025, Bitcoin was 1.3% of the global money supply. All right. Now, I want you, how many people, do you guys understand how big that is? If you understand how big that is, give me a thumbs up. If you don't understand how big that is, give me a thumbs down. Ethereum's not anywhere near that. Okay. Ethereum is not anywhere near that. Bitcoin reaches 1.3% of global money supply with $1.7 trillion market cap. 1.3% of the world's total money supply. Do you guys remember when I was telling you Bitcoin is going to represent a large portion of the quote unquote world market cap? And I was talking about the world market cap and like nobody knew what I was talking about. Yeah, well, Bitcoin is 1% of the world market cap. And somebody will be like, well, it's only 1%. If somebody says only 1% of the world market cap, you know that you're having this conversation with the wrong person. That's your exit signal. Everything has exit signals, right? Everything has exit signals, right? There's your exit signal for that conversation. Let me see. Hold on. Bitcoin is now 1% of the total global money. There's a specific article from Cointelegraph that I want to show you guys because it has this table on it. It has this table on it. And the table is a really good table. Let me see. Is this it right here? There's a graph. I guess this graph is good enough. I guess this graph is good enough. We'll look at this graph real quick. Now, I want you guys to take a look at this. I should have screenshotted that article at least so I could have had a picture of it. Now you see Bitcoin right here, 1%, right? It's the smallest square, the smallest rectangle on this chart, right? But here's the world market cap. Money, $120 trillion, right? So if we're talking about global money, right, 1 trillion is very close to 1% of just money. So here's where all the world's value is stored at. Money, 120 trillion. Bonds, 300 trillion. Real estate, 330 trillion. Equities, 115 trillion. Cars and collectibles, 6 trillion. Art, 18 trillion. Gold, 16 trillion. And there goes Bitcoin at 1 trillion. Back when it was at 1 trillion, right? But Bitcoin's market cap is now more than 1 trillion. Right? So that's changed. Now, right, shout out to Cassie. That's the idea. Just making it onto the chart is huge, right? Now, look at this right here. The cryptocurrency market is now worth more than $1 trillion. We know that it's worth way more than that, right? This is an article from January 6th of 2021, All right. The global capitalization of all cryptocurrencies has exceeded $1 trillion. Now, mind you, right, Bitcoin is there now, right? Because I think the market cap of crypto is $4 trillion now. This is roughly 1% of all the money in the world. So now this is interesting. Bitcoin now is the same, actually greater than the entire cryptocurrency market capitalization was in 2021. That's how fast this thing is growing, right? That's how fast this thing is growing. The figure will continue to grow rapidly, experts argue. And it has. At this time, I'm not sure. I'm sure they'll say what the Bitcoin price was. I'm thinking what price was Bitcoin at this time? This was in 2021. Yeah, they don't say what the price was. We could look at it. What was the Bitcoin price in January of 2021? Let me see. Bitcoin. What was the Bitcoin price January 2021? Let's see. Okay. Does anybody know what the Bitcoin price was in January of 2021? There it is right there. In January of 2021, Bitcoin experienced significant price fluctuations. January 1st, it was approximately 29,000. Mid-January, it doubled almost to $40,000. By the end of January, it went back down to 30,000, 35,000. Bitcoin reached an all-time high of $42,000 on January 8th of 2021. Imagine saying, I wish I had bought Bitcoin at $42,000. Crazy, right? Crazy. But this is when we were all, but now this will give you, when you look back, right? If you're looking at a look back, this will tell you how you got to where you got to so fast. This was just 4 years ago. Shout out to AB Promotion. AB Promotion said, I think 60K. Nah. 29,000. $29,000. If you had invested $29 in Bitcoin in 2021 and not touched it, you would have about $110 today. I don't know what to say. What do you guys got to say? What do you guys say? I don't know what to say, so help me out because I don't know what to say. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say. What do you say? You know what I'm saying? What do you say? Somebody help me out. Tell me what to say. What am I supposed to say? Because I don't know what to say. Fetty Wap. Everybody got their opinions, but they ain't got no money. Right? According to Crypto Quant, Ethereum is showing firmer momentum than Bitcoin, supported by rising open interest in CME futures contracts. Unlike Bitcoin, which has struggled to recapture institutional demand, which is this a true statement? Despite hitting fresh highs this year, Ethereum's latest rally is drawing in new liquidity. Bitcoin has a constant flow of liquidity. Right? If you guys would agree, Bitcoin has a constant flow of liquidity. Give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't have a constant flow of liquidity, then give me a thumbs down. Bitcoin's got a constant flow of liquidity. What are they talking about? MicroStrategies is up to be put into the S&P 500 this week. How many people were aware of that? What are they talking about? Now, I want you guys to see how these articles are inaccurate. All right. Now, look at this right here. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment and hit that bell. All right, we got to hit on this. How many people are buying MicroStrategy stock? If you're buying MicroStrategy stock, give me a thumbs up. If you're not, then give me a thumbs down. Now, this article is from August 26th of 2025. All right. August 26th of 2025. Crypto bets turn sour. Robinhood and Strategy shares plunge as they won't be included in the S&P 500. Robinhood and Bitcoin Treasury giant saw their shares slip after being passed over for S&P 500. So what? Let me ask you guys this question. What is the next Bitcoin halving going to do to MicroStrategy stock price? I need you guys to tell me what the next Bitcoin halving is going to do to MicroStrategy stock price. Shout out to Dwayne Rose. What's good with you, bro? Welcome to the stream. Dwayne says, good morning, everyone. Buying MicroStrategy and SoFi stock. Bro, facts. Now, if the Bitcoin halving increases Bitcoin's price, what is it going to do to MicroStrategy's price? Shout out to Cassie. Cassie said it's going to explode. Facts. Now, you guys saw that headline there, right? Now, we're going to look at this headline right here. This article was just put up 22 hours ago. 22 hours ago. Okay. What do you guys think that it says? What do you guys think that this article says? It was just put up 22 hours ago. Let me know what you think that it says. Here you go right here. You can't make this up. You know what I'm saying? You can't make it up. MicroStrategy could join the S&P 500 as early as Friday. Wall Street veteran Josh Mandel thinks MicroStrategy has already been included in S&P 500. So how did it get passed over? The world's largest Bitcoin treasury firm, Strategy, formerly MicroStrategy, could join S&P 500 list as early as this Friday, the popular Bitcoin investor Lark Davis said on September 1st. How many people watch Lark Davis? If you guys watch Lark Davis, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, give me a thumbs down. I watch Lark Davis. I watched Lark Davis's channel since it was back in the day when it was called Crypto Lark. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you can't trust these articles. But should you trust a company called Beastmark? You know what I'm saying? That's the true question. Right. Shout out to AB. Right. Going up on a Tuesday, right? like the crypto strategy, right? I ain't got no type. Big gains is the only gains that I like. I ain't got no type. And let them pro blacks tell it, we ain't investing right. Right? Right? I ain't got no type. Bull market is the only market that I like. Right? Oh, man. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to Catsy. Facts. Trust in the beast mark. You know what I'm saying? Trust in the beast mark. Get yourself go get yourself a beast mark financial AI brain augmentation implant chip. You know what I'm saying? Go do that for yourself. Go invest some money into yourself. Get a brain chip. Go get a beast mark in your frontal cortex, right? Go do that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Yeah. Let me ask you guys this. How many people are worried about MicroStrategies getting into the S&P 500? Do you really care? The price is going to go up regardless. And it's only a matter of time before they are included in the S&P 500. And the way things are going, a more attractive stock indice that shows superior gains to traditional stocks that bases the investment on cryptocurrency strategies might come out, and it might be the new earmark of wealth building. And, you know, MicroStrategies could be, you know, one of the first included in that. Shout out to Catsy. Her Beastmark brain implant chip is arriving tomorrow from Amazon. That's what's good. That's what's good. So now here says analysts say that this can spark a structural separation with ETH backed by fresh inflows rather than speculative churn. Importantly, retail traders have not yet piled in, a factor that suggests Ethereum's rise may be more sustainable in the short term. Okay. Analysts highlighted that Bitcoin's current consolidation between 109,000 and 121,000 resembles past phases where altcoins began to outperform. Now, mind you, it might resemble, right? It resembles past phases, but it's not less than 50% dominance. That's what's key. That is the key thing. Okay. The shift is also playing out in ETF flows, and this is what we talked about. We got a lot of catch up to do on the ETFs, right? Because there's a lot of stuff going on with ETFs. But this is what I was telling you guys about at the beginning of the stream. The Ethereum ETFs are now outpacing the Bitcoin ETFs in inflows, which is interesting. It's interesting. I've seen some updated Ethereum price predictions predicting a quote unquote $8,000 Ethereum by the end of the year. I've seen as high as like $15,000 Ethereum. Right? Let me ask you guys this question. How much Ethereum, for the most part, is unaffordable for the average person? That's my question for you guys. Let me ask you this. What price level of dollar cost averaging investments for people is unaffordable? If I want to buy one asset, I want to buy one Bitcoin. That's $100,000. For most people, that's unaffordable. I want to buy one Ethereum. What is the level of affordability in dollars for most people to invest? I need you guys to give me some numbers. Shout out to Catsy. Catsy said Ethereum is cheaper to buy than Bitcoin. You get more. I would simply say that Ethereum is a different investment than Bitcoin. That would be the extent of my position on that. And I believe that Ethereum and Bitcoin are both very important parts of an effective cryptocurrency portfolio. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says last week, U.S. listed spot Bitcoin ETF suffered more than $1 billion in cumulative outflows over 6 sessions, including $523 million in redemptions on August 19th. In contrast, Ethereum ETFs attracted $455 million in inflows on Tuesday alone, led by none other than BlackRock's ETHA and Fidelity's FETH. Inflows into Ethereum products have repeatedly outpaced Bitcoin ETFs in recent weeks, echoing a trend first noted in July. And then let me ask you guys this. Anytime this has happened, has altcoin season started? Has there been a flippening? No. Bitcoin wins every single time. Shout out to Dwayne Rhodes. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says most people can't afford to purchase $500 worth of Ethereum. If you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Dwayne. Dwayne says, being that 80% of Americans don't have $1,000 for an emergency. Very few. If you guys agree with Carlton and Dwayne, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Let's imagine this scenario. You don't have any cryptocurrency, and you listen to my channel for the first time, and you say, you know what? Listening to Beastmark Financial inspired me to start investing in cryptocurrency. Would your current portfolio be affordable for you today? That's my question. If you went down to zero, if you had zero cryptocurrency, how long would it take you to recreate your current portfolio? That's my question. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. It would probably take most people more time if they started now to recreate the same dollar value of money in their portfolio that they have now than it took for them to get to this point. Think about that. Just sit back and think about that. If you lost all your cryptocurrency tomorrow, how long would it take you to recreate your cryptocurrency portfolio in its current state? Shout out to Dwayne. Dwayne said it would take 4 times the amount of time for me to make the earnings if I had no crypto. That's how much money you've earned. Shout out to Katsy. Katsy said, well, considering I made mine about a month ago, not much will have changed. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said some years. Yeah. Yeah. You guys remember when we first started? You know, I would make a crypto video here and there, but I never really did any live streams too much about crypto. And then when, you know, when Trump was like, we was like, well, if Trump gets elected, I'm going to show you all the formula to eat good under Trump, right? And then we started heavily hitting the finance stuff, right? if you had just been investing in crypto since, we were talking about the Russia-Ukraine situation, you would have at the very least doubled your investment, whatever you put in. That's a safe estimate. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So if you had only put in $5, at the very least, you'd have $10 today. If you put in $10, you have 20. You put in 100, you have 200. You put in 1,000, you have 2,000. You put in 10,000, you have 20,000. You put in 100,000, you have 200,000. And that's at the very least. That's at the very least. I would probably say most people's portfolio has more than doubled. Now, if you started from scratch today to try to start that over, especially with right now, like teetering on a bull market, not only would it be ridiculous, you then have to look at all of the money that you paid completely tank when we go back into a bear market. But we have been accumulating in the worst, most hostile investment conditions. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I have Dogecoin from back in the day. If I had to start over right now, it'd be a wrap for me too, bro. My current crypto portfolio is unaffordable to me. How many people are in that situation? That's basically what I'm getting at. My current crypto portfolio is not affordable for me today. That's the point. That's why it's so important to hold on to and manage your assets. And you not only that, but you also have to, like, how can you recreate the conditions? Remember, we were investing during hostile times. And if you've been investing as long as me, and Katsy can tell you, I've been in crypto since 2017. It was extremely hostile. You had to hurry up and get your money off of Binance before they shut the site down. Right? It was extremely hostile. Coinbase stopped selling XRP for a little bit. So your XRP would just be locked. You know what I'm saying? Solana going down to $6-7 when FTX when FTX collapsed. Who's to say that those conditions will ever be created again? We're now in the conditions of where, the average cryptocurrency prices ain't people buying in Satoshis anymore. You got companies buying Bitcoin and Ethereum like how we buy Doge. So, when people talk about the universe and people talk about the quote unquote Goldilocks zone for life, we're in the Goldilocks zone for wealth. Oh, well, the conditions have to be right. The planet has to be XYZ miles away from a star that emits XYZ amount of energy and electromagnetic energy and, radiation, right? And there's got to be water and carbon-based compounds and yada, 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 and organic chains and polymers. And if all of these conditions are right, then life can persist. You know what I'm saying? That's what they say. That's what people say. If you actually believe in life. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Folks calling people morons for buying Doge. Hostile times indeed. Hostile. Doge got you a Lamborghini before Tron did. Nobody posting Tron Lamborghini. Who remembers the Tron Lamborghini era? There's more Dogecoin Lamborghinis than Tron. Dogecoin's about to get an ETF. Tron's not. Tron did get, the GDP data posted on it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they didn't post no GDP data on the Dogecoin. You know what I'm saying, on the Dogecoin network, but still, right? So conditions are right? Yeah, shout out to Catsy. Catsy says Goldilocks zone for our kind of life, right? Goldilocks zone for organic nuclear combustion, aka our kind of life, because that's what quote unquote our kind of life is, right? Our quote unquote kind of life is organic nuclear combustion, right? Now, for our kind of wealth, Goldilocks zone. See, back in the day, back in these days, back in with the Carlton, what Carlton is talking about here, this was back in the day when there was brontosauruses and Tyrannosaurus Rexes and, you know, saber-toothed tigers, you know what I'm saying, and just insanely hostile deep sea animals, like very hostile place. Volcanoes all over the place. Tar pits. Giant insects. It's hostile. Like, you're not surviving more than 10 minutes because of the hostile conditions. Giant carnivorous plants. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know what I'm saying? It's a little bit more stable. We got streets. Cars. Restaurants. You don't even have to hunt your own prey. You can get it nicely prepared and packaged and made to look attractive. You don't have to bite the head off of a living bird in order to, you know, get your nutrition for the day. Very different. Very different world from the world where you're getting called a moron for buying Doge. Now people are actually telling you to buy Doge. Never thought you'd see that happen. So we're in the Goldilocks zone for wealth building. Conditions are right. This is what people say when they say conditions are right. The environment is nurturing. Oh, we got a nice temperature, not a lot of predators. Right? Things are a little bit more organized. It's not hostile anymore. Not as hostile. Shout out to Catsy. Catsy said, if you go shopping on Black Friday, you kind of are hunting. Yeah. So the conditions are right. We are in the Goldilocks wealth zone where the life of an affluent person can easily be created. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, we crawled for others to walk in crypto. Yeah. And like anything, those who can evolve will persist. The environment was just too hostile for some people. I can't deal with the volatility. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I can't deal with the predator around the corner. I just walked into a spider web. I just got burnt up by this volcano. I'm stuck in this tar pit. Pterodactyl just scooped down and bit my head off. Some people took notice and said, let's map out a route to where the land isn't as hostile, right? Now, let's take a look at the times when, you know, these hostile animals are out. Let's move when those animals aren't out. Oh, those people survive. Right? So we're those people. And so as the world reconfigures itself after the testing period, the world stays correct. The flush out gang is the dinosaurs. They got flushed out. They just couldn't hang. When you're a cold-blooded animal, it's good for a hot day, but it doesn't really work real well during an ice age. Huh? Ugh. You know what I'm saying? We looked at cryptocurrency and we said, this volatility is a springboard for exponential, logarithmic, and parabolic growth. Let's see if we can understand this volatility. The volatility scared other people. So they starved themselves out of the picture. These cycles happen all the time. This is just more evidence of the world being correct. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, rip to all the zombie coins that didn't make it through the tough times. Rip to all the zombie investors that didn't make it through the tough times. They are now fossil fuel, right? Dinosaurs contribute to the world today. You know what I'm saying? They fuel the energy, right? Retail, you know what I'm saying, fuels our conditions to be able to buy low prices. These people are fossil fuel. You know what I'm saying? They dump their crypto into the market and we burn it up. And it fuels our financial objectives. The same way, you know, dig up some fossil fuel and break it down into petroleum. And it fuels the car. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, we lost a lot of investors and gained a lot of crypto. Right? We lost a lot of investors and gained a lot of crypto. That's the world. And imagine this. The world has been around how many years? People don't even know. Billions. And people still don't understand it yet. Do you all think that life is fixed, or do you think that life is variable? I think that life is based on the conditions of the world. And I think that if humans showed a higher potential, lifespans would be higher. But because people tend to show less of a potential, you max out your usefulness at a certain amount of metabolic cycles. So you have an interesting natural expiration date based on usefulness and productivity and production. I think it's interesting. And this is why I say, like, you know, if, quote unquote, if you believe in life. You know what I'm saying? So now we're moving into the age of cryptocurrency civilization. It's not the Wild Wild West out here anymore. They're laying down laws. It's becoming organized. It's not just hostile with volcanoes, tar pits, and dinosaurs anymore. What do you guys think about that? If everything in existence is based on a communication loop with information available in existence, why has reality determined that humans are only worth about 100 years? Why is that relative to the timeline of existence? Think about it. I want you guys to think about that. Explain that. I think that that's interesting. So again, shout out to Carlson. Carlson said, I don't know. Right. I kind of think I have a theory on it. I do believe in the feedback loop. And I believe that the feedback loop produces updated conditions based on the information that is put into it by our interaction with the environment. And there's something in that feedback loop that says this is an appropriate amount of time. Now we have to figure out why that determination has been made, because the determination has been made. Right? If you guys would agree, that determination has been made. Give me a thumbs up. If you disagree that the determination has not been made, well, of course, you then have to explain how the determination hasn't been made. Shout out to Katsy. Katsy says, we lost our natural instincts. Let me ask you this. Is common sense a natural instinct? Cassie says, the ones that kept us alive, we became lazy and dependent on the comfort. And that goes into that idea of good times make weak people, right? Why did Michael Saylor start the Bitcoin treasury? He started the Bitcoin treasury because, in his opinion, MicroStrategy's financial performance was lackluster and not going anywhere, and he felt trapped. So he did it out of necessity. Prosperity didn't inspire MicroStrategies in its current state. Urgency did. So if there's no urgency, is there a demand for innovation? That's my question. What made me invest into cryptocurrency? Because I have financial goals that I want for myself, and no other investment showed a pathway of me ever being able to reach those goals. Bitcoin, which at the time it was the main thing, was the Bitcoin and Ethereum was the only thing that showed any kind of promise of the type of future that I want being viable, including with my career. It was urgency. I have this thing that I want to do, and it doesn't seem like I'm going to be able to complete it. Wait a minute. Maybe here's a way. Maybe this is the cheat code. So persistence and urgency are what drive innovation and evolution for those who are capable of innovating and evolving. Right? Most people aren't even aware of the need to evolve or a need to innovate. But I'm going to give you a clue on that. If you're breathing, you need to constantly be evolving and innovating. at all times. And so any practice that you put into anything applies anywhere. Growth, preservation, maximization, and evolution are an all-inclusive practice where the science applies equally anywhere. So if we talk about cryptocurrency, the strategy should not just be limited to cryptocurrency. The strategy should be limited. The strategy should be expanded to anything that you're using to grow, evolve, or innovate within. All technology, whether it's thought exercises or whether it's a prototype, all technology mimics the existing information network that we are all a part of. This is an undeniable fact. So, if you want to make changes, you have to understand how everything works and apply it appropriately. Right? Shout out to AB Promotions. Consistency. Right. It's consistency. Now look at this. XRP price prediction. Expectations of a Fed rate cut could push Ripple's price up by $10. Let me ask you guys this question. How many people think we're going to see $10, $15, $21 XRP by the end of the year? If you think that that's what we're going to see, give me a thumbs up. If you don't think that, then give me a thumbs down. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment. Smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment. Hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Bitcoin's dominance has slipped to 57.3%, down nearly 3% over the past month, underscoring the scale of the capital shift. With Ethereum strengthening and altcoins posed to benefit from renewed liquidity, analysts warn the long-awaited alt season may already be underway. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Sounds odd. Sounds oddly familiar. Sounds oddly familiar. All right. Now, I'm not really impressed by these stories of these whales, dumping the crypto, dumping the Bitcoin. I am interested in gold, though, reaching a 3.5K. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said they have heard about 1,000 XRP ETFs pending. It should reach $10. Now, here's my question. No one's made videos about what happens if the XRP ETFs don't get approved. What happens then? What happens if they get suspended indefinitely? What happens to the XRP price then? You know what I'm saying? Is he going to flip Bitcoin? You know what I'm saying? Right? Gold hits record $3,500 as whales dump lackluster Bitcoin for Ethereum. Woo. Lackluster Bitcoin. Wow. Well then. Somebody knows something that I don't. Lackluster Bitcoin, huh? What do you guys think about lackluster Bitcoin? The crypto market action has been pretty muted in the majors, mainly due to the quiet aftermath of Monday's North American holiday. Yet, two clear themes are still playing out. Gold continues to surge to record highs, while Bitcoin is struggling to find upward momentum. Is that really what's happening? It's amazing how they it's amazing. Didn't Bitcoin just hit an all-time high? At the same time, we're seeing continued rotation out of money out of Bitcoin and into Ethereum. Are we seeing that, or are we seeing speculation based on people pocket watching wallets on the blockchain all damn day? Like, gold hit a record $3,500 per ounce this morning, buoyed by growth bets on Fed interest rate cuts, a worsening fiscal outlook across major economies, and increased political meddling with Fed policy. Gold-backed tokens like Pax Gold and XAUT followed suit, but have since pulled back, as has the metal itself, in what appears to be a typical breather in a bull trend. Isn't that also what's going on with Bitcoin? Isn't Bitcoin currently pulling back from an all-time high? Isn't it? Like, it, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said lackluster sounds like the composite man, aka Evil Whale, is up to his right. The Evil Whale is up to the scare tactics again. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Catsy. Catsy said all the more reason to invest in Bitcoin and other crypto. Right. Lackluster. Let me ask you guys this question. How many people are so turned off by Bitcoin's recent performance that you're just going to dump it all right now? If that's you, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, then give me a thumbs down. On the other hand, while Bitcoin bounced over to $110,000, it's still trading below key resistance levels, such as the Ikimoku cloud. According to Look On Chain, when we talked about these whales, right? But again, there's no evidence that these whales are directly dumping Bitcoin and trading it for Ethereum. They're selling off profits. There's a difference between dumping your assets and rotating your profits. Is this a dump or is this a profit rotation? Somebody let me know. This is a profit rotation. This is what's called a quote-unquote rebalancing. All right. Now, we're going to talk about Trump real quick. Right? Let me see if I had. Okay, yeah, we're going to talk about Trump real quick. Hold on. Let me just see. Because we need to talk about the Crow Treasury, right? Because all of us probably are slightly weighted into crypto.com. Slightly weighted into Crow. Right? I think I can say that. I think I can say that safely. Right? So let's just look at Crow let's look at Trump real quick. Hey, shout out. I think it was Carlton. Shout out to Carlton. He said there's been call it Crow MAGA. Crow Magnum MAGA. Man, make me affluent for the first time. Forget I'm making America great again. Who cares about all that? Make me affluent. You know what I'm saying? Make me affluent. Now, Hold on real quick. How you get this off of here? All right. What I want to know, I want to ask you guys this question. During the Trump presidency, right? How many new millionaires do you all think can be created? That's my question for you guys. Created during the Trump presidency. Somebody let me know. And of course, all right, you guys able to hear me now? If you guys can hear me now, give me a thumbs up. If you can't hear me, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Katsy. I wouldn't disagree. If you invest right, you can become a millionaire under any president. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. So now, when the Trump presidency is over and we're all millionaires by the end of the Trump presidency, would it be fair for us to critique and pick apart what people have been doing for the last 4 years? Is that fair? If that's fair, give me a thumbs up. If it's not fair, give me a thumbs down. Trump purchased $100 million in bonds since January. Now, do you guys remember the bonds had tanked, but Trump bought a bunch of them. President Trump purchased more than $100 million worth of bonds since he took office for his second term in January, according to the Office of Government Ethics filings. The filings released Tuesday night showed the president began purchasing on January 21st, interestingly, 21. That might not, that you think that got anything to do with Bitcoin? The day after the inauguration, and purchased more than 30 more corporate and municipal bonds that month. Through August 1st, he made nearly 700 bond purchases. Okay? What do you all think about that? What I think about that is, the new oligarchy is forming for show. That's what I think about that. The filing is a periodic report released after the Office of Government Ethics reviewed the transactions and certified them as in compliance, including getting Trump's signature, according to a senior White House official. The official said the president has no role in managing his investments, and they are managed by a third-party financial institution. Crypto.com. Right? Who? Crypto.com? BlackRock? Who does it? You know what I'm saying? The official added that neither Trump nor any member of his family had direct input into the investments, and all decisions are made by independent management. That's what they said. Right. That's only that's child's play for be smart. Right? Forget them 700. I'm about to go buy 7 million crow with knife right now. Now, mind you, right? Mind you, let's just take a look at this real quick. There is no question in the world Bitcoin will be worth $1 million. Eric Trump, the son of President Donald Trump, called himself a Bitcoin maxi during an appearance in Jackson's Hole on Wednesday. Why are you appearing in people's hole? You know what I'm saying? Oh man, who named that place? That's almost like Dildo Drive down there in Miami. Like, come on, bro. Jackson's Hole, for real? I would never announce that I was there. Now, how you not woke if you're kicking it in Jackson's Hole? That's another discussion for another day. I don't think that's appropriate for this particular channel. Right? But some things have to be questioned. Some things have to be questioned, right? You can't tell me that kicking it in Jackson's Hole isn't part of the woke agenda. You can't tell me that, damn it. You know? It was a lot of men in Jackson's Hole. That's just you know what I'm saying? It's just monkeypox running rampant all over the place. You know what I'm saying? The markets exploded all over somebody's face. The markets exploded all over somebody's face after Powell spoke at Jackson's Hole. You can't tell me that's not part of the woke agenda, bro. That's why they let Diddy off. That's why they let Diddy off. You know what I'm saying? It's too much. Send me the Cliff Notes. Definitely don't need to be present at something like that. They already say that the beast mark is an abomination. You know what I'm saying? They already say that the beast mark is an abomination. That's the least bad press that we need, is to be at some cesspool inside of Jackson's Hole. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm good. I'll pass on that one. You know what I'm saying? Hey, 2 Chainz said, told that little bitch that I pass. Right? Told that little bitch that I pass. Now, why do you see it? Right? Oh, man. It's like Offset. I feel like ain't nobody beat me on Goku. You know what I'm saying? Can't nobody beat me on Goku. The official added that neither Trump nor any member of his family had any direct input into the investments. You know, Eric, Lil Trump saying that, I'm a Bitcoin maxi. Bitcoin's going to $1.3 million. I had no impression on anything. The bonds Trump purchased, according to the filings, were sold by entities like Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority, a health facility in Alachua County, Florida, a Michigan public power agency, and a Jackson County, Kansas Parks and Recreation office. I mean, if that's not shell companies, I don't know what is. Bonds were also purchased from some major companies, including Home Depot, T-Mobile, United Health Group, Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, and Qualcomm, which is this is interesting here. Because if you guys remember from Trump 1.0, I think that they tried to stop the import of Qualcomm chips into the United States because of some type of national security risk with China. You guys remember that? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said they say Jackson's Hole is beautiful. It's like crack. I'll take your word for it. You know what I'm saying? I'll take your word for it. And that's about it. You know what I'm saying? They say that crack could get you the ultimate high. Yeah, you know, I believe you. I gotta believe you because I ain't never seen anybody really come down. But it's just not something that I'm interested in. You know what I'm saying? It's not something that I'm interested in. Oh, hey man, have you heard Jackson's Hole is really beautiful? I'll take your word for it, bro. I don't even need to see a picture. I just believe what you say. Just, you know, all right, we done. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, we don't need to do no further elaboration on that. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the filing does not give a specific amount of each purchase, but the lowest range from $50,000 to $100,000, and the largest range is from $501,000 to $1 million. Okay. Trump has been criticized for mingling politics with his business interests throughout his second term, with ethics watchdogs and Democrats accusing him of profiting off of the presidency through ventures like a launch of cryptocurrency, Trump-branded sneakers, Bibles, and a line of fragrances. Hey, who trying to eat? If you're trying to eat, put the steak emoji in the chat. I'm going to ride the corruption wave all the way to retirement. You know what I'm saying? I'm riding that corruption surfboard all the way to retirement. One of the waves on the corruption surfboard just crested. It just crested recently. Right? Yeah, so who else trying to eat? Who else trying to eat? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen trying to eat. We hungry. Hey, who eating good after this? Here go more of the corruption. Who benefit? If you benefited off of this corruption, give me a thumbs up. If you did not benefit off of this corruption, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to the corruption. Hey, y'all remember that the Captain Samuel L. Jackson's beer or whatever that was on the Chappelle show? It'll get you drunk. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the corruption. It'll get you rich, right? It'll get you rich. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Captain Corruption. It'll get you rich. You know what I'm saying? It'll get you rich. Kronos blasts off to 3-year high after Trump media's $6.4 billion Crow Treasury move. Kronos is surging in price, hitting a 3-year high after President Trump's media company said it would build a Crow Treasury. Okay. How many people sold off some Crow profits when this happened? The whole Kronos ecosystem went crazy. Like, I had this token. I had like $30 of this token called Robb, right? And like it was like you know what I'm saying, like just a meme coin, just garbage. When this happened, it literally shot up to $300. Like I think it's sitting at like 198 now. Crow at Knife went crazy. Capybara went crazy. You know what was interesting though? Loaded Lions didn't really do anything. Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said, sounds like Jackson's Hole is a moist and damp place. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you, bro. You know what I'm saying? I got nothing. I got nothing. You know what I'm saying? I got nothing on that one. You know what I'm saying? I got no information there for you. Oh man, that's crazy. Eric Trump know though. You know what I'm saying? Jerome Powell knows too. Jerome went Powell inside of Jackson's hole. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it said that the Crow native coin of Kronos hit a 3-year high price on Wednesday. We all saw that. We all experienced that. I got all my stuff on my tablet because like I deleted all my not all my social media. I still got YouTube to listen to music and stuff, but I deleted most of my social media off of my cell phone. You know what I'm saying? I only listen to music for the most part, most of the social media. You know what I'm saying? And so my phone was sitting there, and my iPad was sitting there, and my iPad going crazy, right? And everybody at work like, oh, your social media blowing up. Your social media blowing up. Like, what's going on with you? Like, yada, yada, yada. Your social media blowing up. I'm telling them, I'm like, yo, listen, y'all funny, man. I'm like, when y'all's phone blow up, it's social media. Every time you hear that noise, that's $1,000 that I'm getting. You know what I'm saying? They're like, whatever, man. Whatever, man. Whatever, man. Whatever, man. Okay. Okay. Then after the Crow took flight, then you saw ridiculous YouTube videos. Crow's next move is going to $5. Crow's not going to $5. If Crow went to $5, that would give Crow a $500 billion market cap. That's going to take some time. For Crow to get to $5, at the very least, there would need to be 6 equal announcements to this. At the very least, right? Because this basically raised the price to about 30 cents, right? So if we're going to $5, we need what? 4 of these announcements would be $1.20. 8 of these announcements would be $2.40, right? 12 of these announcements would be $3.60. 16 of these announcements would be $4.80, right? And 20 of these announcements would be $6. So at the least, we need between 18 and 20 of these type of announcements and then sustained purchasing to get to $5. I don't know where these people get their information. Shout out to AB Promotions. Yeah, I said, yeah, you're getting likes and all that on social media. Every time you hear that noise, that's $1,000 that I just got. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. That's, okay. Whatever. Remember, Denzel Washington said, well, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Hit him with that. Hit him with the John Q. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the corruption. There's no corruption like Trump corruption. Would you guys agree? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. This is the new Trump casino run. You know, Trump made a lot of money on the casinos, on casino real estate. saying? Like before Trump was the president and all that, like the Trump name was associated with Las Vegas, right? Everybody know Trump from New York, you know what I'm saying? But like the Trump Towers and like, you know what I'm saying, like Mandalay Bay and all that, like the Trump name was associated with Vegas and high rolling. So you already know, you know what I'm saying? Ain't no corruption like the Trump corruption. It'll get you rich. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said there was no Twitter space talking about the Cro-Magnon partnership. I mean, they got tethers to deal with. We got tethers to deal with too, but it's liquidity. Right? It's liquidity. You talking about somebody's forehead, we talking about 4X. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. shout out to AV. Yeah, we different, right? Right, we gotta hit him with that little TJ. Right, we gotta hit him with that little TJ. We gotta hit him with that little TJ. Hold on. We gotta hit him with that YN shit. You know what I'm saying? You talking about likes. I'm talking about money. You know what I'm saying? That nigga different. That bag could go cool. Hey, when I heard that part, that bag could go cool. I was like, yo, this shit a hit. that bag could go cool.
That nigga did that bag go cool.
Hey. Hey, that bag gonna go cool.
Fuck the whole crew. That nigga did that bag go cool.
Hey, when growing up, my iPad said cool. You know what I'm saying? They said, what's going on your phone?
Cool. That nigga did that bag go cool.
Hey, I'm dead. That bag can go cool.
No, that nigga did. I done fuck the whole crew. That nigga did that bag go cool.
That bag gonna go cool. You know what I'm saying? Hey, when Crow went crazy, man, that bag went cool. You know what I'm saying? That shit went cool. Oh man. Oh man. Them games was different. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. Yeah, man. I keep telling y'all, man, it's no corruption like Trump corruption. It'll get you rich. It'll get you rich. I told you that. You know how the YouTubers be showing their video library? Look, hold on real quick. I'm about to do that. I'm about to do like the other YouTubers do. I'm finna show my video library real quick. Where the videos at? Where the videos right there? Look at this. Hold on real quick. Look at this. I tried eating good under Trump for 30 days, and here's what happened. That bag went cool. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened. That bag went cool. Look at this right here. I tried eating good under Trump, and here's what happened. Chain movement. All right. And my question for everybody is, with these value chain movements that Trump is making in 2024 going into 2025, are you going to be eating good? Mark Zuckerberg out here trying to eat good. Look, crypto.com out here eating good. Out here eating good, boy. We talk about the value chain movement. All right. And my question for everybody is, with these value chain movements that Trump is making in 2024 going into 2025, are you going to be eating good? Mark Zuckerberg out here trying to eat good. I think he's in competition with Elon Musk to be Trump's #1 tech yes man, but we'll see. Mark Zuckerberg dines with Trump at Mar-a-Lago after pushing for a meeting to discuss new administration. Trying to eat good, boy. Trying to eat good. Who eating crow? That bag could go cool. That bag could go crow. You know what I'm saying? The surge comes after President Donald Trump-backed Trump Media announced it would build a reserve of the cryptocurrency. The coin linked to crypto exchange Crypto.com, which is teaming up with Trump Media on the Treasury and other moves. Let me ask you guys this question. How much crow do y'all think Trump owns? Now, you know, right? We figured out the formula for locking in top 1% ownership, right? So, you know, based on that formula with 100 billion coins, right? Based on the Ripple 1% formula, 10,000 crow coins would have you sitting at 1%, at the top 1% as well, right? Only 10,000 crow coins. It's not a lot. It's not a lot of money. I mean, it is, but it's not, right? How many do you think Trump has? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said billions. How much money do you think Trump made on this? You don't think that Trump bought a whole bunch of crow like right before this? Come on, man. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said millions of dollars. I bet you he made billions. This purchase alone basically doubled Crow's market share or doubled their market cap for the most part. You know what I'm saying? Crow, the native coin of the Kronos network, hit a 3-year high price Wednesday after President Donald Trump's media company announced plans to build a multi-billion-dollar treasury to hold the cryptocurrency. CoinGecko data showed that Crow is the best performing digital asset over 24 hours among the top 100 cryptocurrencies by market cap, having shot up in the time by 26% to a price above 26 cents. Over a 7-day period, Crow is also the winner, spiking by 83%. Now, you know, shooting up 26% from the current price that it was at to 26 cents. If I'm not mistaken, Crow is still over 26 cents. So you know, even if you didn't take any profits, Crow is still doing great. Now, if you're buying your cryptocurrency on Crow or on crypto.com, there's no reason, like, you should have a lot of Crow. Look, right. Shout out to AB Promotion. AB Promotion said Trump looks at crypto like some sort of toy to play with and probably made a couple of million. Yeah. I'm cool with it. That bag would go cool. Man, my phone said cool. I said, who? My tablet said cool. Oh, man. Right? So let me ask you guys this. Out of all the Twitter spaces, how many people bags went cool off of this? Now, look at this. Earlier on Wednesday, the coin surged as high as nearly 29 cents. It went up even higher than that. Like, I think it went up to like 35 cents. The last time Crow was priced that high was back in May of 2022. I remember that. I was not happy when it went down, when it went back down to being a dime stable coin. Even so, at its current price, the coin remains down by 73% from an all-time high of 96% set back in 2021. All right. Now, I remember when they posted this, right? Chronos chain. Leaderboards are not just for show. Guess what? New crypto buyers check first. Back in the top 20, and we're just getting warmed up. There go Chris. Crow back in top 20. Make Crow great again. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to All American everything, right? Except for my man Chris. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm not happy about those $70 billion Crow coins being unburned, man. That's some Omega level shade. You know what I'm saying? That's some Omega level shade. But it's amazing how people just forget stuff. And y'all know, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've been saying, you know, crypto.com is solid, and you know what I'm saying? But when they do stuff that, you know what I'm saying, I'm like, yo, this ain't cool. I'm gonna be the first one to tell you, like, yo, the 70 billion Crow coins wasn't cool, bro. I'll tell you what else ain't cool. The little airdrop scam they be doing. That's not cool. You know what I'm saying? On the day that the airdrop locks, you need to pay the airdrop in the prices that it was on that day. Not at the current, not taking whatever you made on that day and buying new Crow with new airdrop coins with it. No, if you earned, you know, $300 in Pudgy Penguins on March 21st, and now it's time to get the airdrop, don't come giving us $300 worth of Pudgy Penguins at the price now. We want them at the March price, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now here it says Crow's rise comes after Trump Media and Technology Group on Tuesday announced with Crypto.com a plan to build a $6.4 billion chrono strategy dubbed the Trump Media Group Crow Strategy Incorporated. The Treasury is being seeded with 6.3 billion Crow tokens, worth $1 billion at announcement, but also about 1.63 billion as of the time of this writing, along with $200 million in cash and $200 million in warrants. A further $5 billion equity line of credit has been secured to help fuel future Crow purchases. Like, this is wild. How do we get this type of liquidity for our liquidity pool? AB Promotions, that's your job to find out. That's we need to get a line of credit like that. Crypto.com is a crypto exchange linked to the Kronos blockchain. Trump Media Technology Group is backed by President Trump and runs Trump's social media platform, Truth Social, where the new commander-in-chief typically makes announcements. Now, the other part of this that people are not really aware of is that the Crow coin is also going to be the medium of exchange, the currency of the Truth Social platform. How many people were aware of that? If you guys were aware of that, give me a thumbs up. If you're not aware of that, give me a thumbs down. And I ain't trying to be funny, but like Chris is not stupid. He's not gonna mess this up like Elon Musk did. He's just gonna not say anything. He gonna do what he gotta do. He gonna be saying all the right things and quiet when he need to be quiet and just sit there and run Crow price up. He gonna run it up. Run it up, run it up. Y'all hear that? We can count on Chris to just run it up, run it up. we just gonna run it up, run it up, run it up, like Offset. You know what I'm saying? Like this. Hold on, real quick. Oh man, yeah, we gonna run it up. Shout out to Carl. We gonna run it up, run it up, run it up, run it up. this hey, this is what Chris about to do with the Crow price. Hold on real quick. What's going on here? Hold up. Oh my, what is going on? Hold on real quick, y'all. Yo, if you haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you got, take a moment, hit that bell. There we go. Shout out to DJ Elmo. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, that's what we finna do right here. This by AB Promotions. This about to be the new theme song.
Andre paying my homage. Broke niggas make me sit in my stomach. Pew, I'm about to vomit.
Shout out to DJ Elmo. Yeah, that's Offset.
My homage. Broke niggas make me sit in my stomach. Pew, I'm about to vomit.
I'm about to vomit.
Straight paying my homage. Broke niggas make me sit in my stomach. Pew, I'm about to vomit.
Oh man, they make me sick to my stomach. Ugh, I'm about to vomit. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Facts. Big facts. Man, that's hilarious. I'm dead, man. Shout out to Andre paying my homage, bro. Niggas make me sick to my stomach. Ugh, I'm about to vomit. All right, so let's get back to this, right? Crypto.com is a crypto exchange linked to the Kronos blockchain. Trump Media and Technology Group is backed by President Trump and runs Trump's social media network platform, Truth Social, where the new commander-in-chief typically makes announcements and then retweets himself 5 million times. Trump Media said Tuesday that it plans to buy $105 million in Crow, around 2% of the total Crow circulating supply. And Crypto.com added that it will buy 50 million in shares of common stock in Trump Media Group. Both will be subject to a lockup period. All right. The Crow holdings will also be staked via Crypto.com's custody platform to earn revenue, the statement added. And Trump Media will also launch a reward system across its Truth social media network and Truth Plus streaming video platform. using Crypto.com's wallet while positioning Crow as a utility token within the Truth ecosystem. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Election 2028. How much financial contribution do you think Crypto.com is going to provide to whoever the conservative candidate is, J.D. Vance or Ron DeSantis or whoever it is? Chris gonna be like, here's $1 billion contribution to making America and Crow great again. The conservative platform of politics in the United States is probably going to be significantly lobbied by cryptocurrency related companies. So much lobbying, right? That the traditional people, that, you know what I'm saying, that the headwear gang might start to have an issue. You know what I'm saying? The headgear gang, they might have an issue. Shout out to, yeah, he said pew. Oh man. He said pew, I'm about to vomit. Oh man. I'm finna buy that crypto. Bitcoin long like missile. Look, I'm about to buy that crypto. Bitcoin shoot like a missile. Kissing your bitch under the thistle. I like my grits with a little bit of gristle. You know what I'm saying? You talking fighting. I shoot the fair one with a pistol. You know what I'm saying? Good aim, don't miss you. Your mama gonna need a tissue. I'm down to get my hands dirty. I'm gonna ask, for real, nigga, is you? You know what I'm saying? Oh man, hey, that's hilarious. That shit is hilarious, bro. Trump media to set up Crow strategy and $6.42 billion deal with Crypto.com. We talked about this just now. This is the Cointelegraph version of it. Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton Wade said crypto bros will fight tooth and nail to keep people like Elizabeth Warren from becoming president. Yeah. Because you got to protect your wealth, right? Elizabeth Warren is part of the broke mob. She make me be about to vomit. You know what I'm saying? I see Elizabeth Warren, I be about to vomit. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't think we need to go through this article for the most part. And the reason why we don't need to go through this article is because we've talked about this, right? And we are all very well versed on Crow. So I think everybody got the gist of it. You know what I'm saying? If you use crypto.com, you know, they had it all over the front page when you first turn on the app. Everything you need to know is there. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said Elizabeth Warren, the $5 pretend Native American Indian. Yeah, facts. Facts. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. How many people are now paying more attention to financial policy? If you're now paying more attention to financial policy, give me a thumbs up. If you're not paying as much attention to financial policy, I'm curious, do you believe that financial political policy affects your ability to build and maintain wealth? The U.S. government is taking a 10% stake in Intel as Trump expands control over the private sector. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Intel could have turned the money down. Yeah, I would agree with Carlton. If you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Carlton says yes. Okay. Shout out to Katsy. Katsy says that's a dangerous precedent. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't disagree. But at the same time, I don't know if that's exactly what's going on. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said that the U.S. government has taken a 10% stake in Intel. President Donald Trump and Intel CEO Lip-Bu Tan are set to meet. Earlier this week, Intel announced that SoftBank would make a $2 billion investment in the chip maker. Okay. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. Based on this, how many people think that Intel should be put on the Beast Mark Index? If you agree that Intel should be put on the Beast Mark Index, put the Beast Mark in the chat. If you guys don't think so, then give me a thumbs down. And if you think it should be up for assessment, then put a question mark in the chat. Okay? Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said on Friday that the U.S. government has taken a 10% stake in embattled chipmaker Intel, the Trump administration's latest effort to exert control over corporate America. Intel shares rose 6% during trading on Friday. They were flat in extended trading. The United States of America now owns 10% of Intel, one of our great American technology companies, with a very American-sounding CEO, right? I mean, it's just like Washington or Johnson. Adams, you know what I'm saying? This historic agreement strengthens U.S. leadership in semiconductors, which will both grow our economy and help secure America's technological edge. Intel, the only American company capable of making advanced chips on U.S. soil, said in a press release that the government made an $8.9 billion investment into Intel common stock, purchasing 433.3 million shares at a price of $20.47 per share, giving it a 10% stake in the company. Intel noted that the price the government paid was a discount to the current market price. How many people knew that this was going on? If you knew that this was going on, give me a thumbs up. If you did not know that this was going on, give me a thumbs down. Who knew that the bag went cool? Now, shout out to Katsy. Cassie said, yeah, it's a tech company, but just because I don't agree with the government owning, but it doesn't mean we can't profit from it. Facts. For one, we absolutely can profit off of it, right? But for two, they only own 10%, right? That's not a majority interest. But I think it's interesting for a lot of different reasons. For a lot of different reasons. Okay. Of the total $5.7 billion of the government funds will come from grants under the CHIPS Act that have been awarded but not paid. Now, do you guys remember before I started diving deep into the financial topics, I used to tell you politics is all about getting into office, setting the seeds for your investment, and then by the time you get out of office, your investment materializes, and then you ride off into the sunset as a billionaire. You guys remember that? Now, if you pay attention to these policies, these are the policies that will, quote unquote, print new millionaires. Right? My question is, why are the people that claim to represent you doing everything possible to avoid news like this? Now, and again, this is I mean, like Trump just is just crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like he just he doesn't care. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just gonna tell it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how I've always critiqued this idea of, quote unquote, how people prefer their racism on particular patterns or on particular platters, right? You know, people will make that comment, I prefer my racism up front. You know, I've said I prefer my racist in a casket, and like people disagree with me. Okay, you know what I'm saying? I'm in the minority, so I lose, right? Other people would rather their racism up front. I'd rather mine in an incinerator. Clearly, I'm the odd man out. Whatever, right? What I do like is people that give the formula, right? People that give the formula. So while everyone said, you know, Trump is racist and I like my racism up front, well, I like my corruption up front so that I can mimic it. The United States paid nothing for these shares, and these shares are now valued at approximately $11 billion. Yeah, show me how to do that. Show me that up front. This is a great deal for America and also a great deal for Intel. I would if you paid nothing for the shares and it's now $11 billion, that's absolutely a great deal. Show me this up front. Right? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I want this up front. Oh, bet. I'm going to buy me some Intel. Here go to Intel on Intel. Yeah, that's why they shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo says, yes, I remember that. Case in point, Nancy Pelosi has been using her position to accumulate massive shareholdings. They have the Nancy Pelosi whale stock portfolio basket on crypto.com. How many people have seen the Nancy Pelosi whale portfolio on crypto.com? They got a whale portfolio named after Pelosi. The ultimate troll move. You know what I'm saying? Because you know crypto.com ain't messing with no damn Nancy Pelosi. Of the total, $5.7 billion of the government funds will come from grants under the CHIPS Act. Now, do you guys remember when I kept saying we don't have any businesses? We don't have any businesses. We don't have any businesses. Back in the day when I used to care about the outcome of people who lied and said that they wanted change so badly. Do you guys remember that? And do you guys remember when I said it is important to establish business entities so that you can at the very least be in the running for these type of endowments? And then if you don't get these type of endowments, then you can come with the questioning of why you didn't get them. But But if you don't compete, you can't say anything about losing the competition. You guys remember when I said that? So now, if we don't have any businesses, how do you get part of this $5.7 billion of government funds? We were systematically locked out. Kinda. But that's not the whole story. Let me ask you guys, how many people were systematically locked out of all that money they made on Crow this week? Was anybody systematically locked out? When you opened up your door, was a horseback KKK member there waiting for you with a burning cross ledger telling you you better deposit your Crow onto that wallet? Did that happen to anybody here? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said no. That definitely didn't happen to me. I wish it would have. I'd have been the next topic of a Twitter space that people would have been cheering on. He was justified in what he did. He hates white people. Right? So, yeah, there can be quote unquote systematic lockouts. Does one party deserve 100% of the credit for the quote unquote systematic lockout? There'll be talks of people being systematically locked out of cryptocurrency. How you systematically locked out of cryptocurrency? Because people like Michael Saylor just bought it all up. Yeah, Michael Saylor started buying it in what, 2020? What about before? What about when Da Vinci said just buy one freaking dollar? Was you locked out then? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said people make up the excuse that they weren't able to download the crypto.com app to invest. What about Cash App? Let me ask you guys this question. How many females have Cash App as part of their social media profile? So I warned people of this, right? I warned people of this. I said, yo, who's competing for these government endowments, right? Okay, so here in this case with these chips, there's $5.7 billion of fresh liquidity available for applicants who quote unquote qualify. Let me ask you guys this question. How many applicants are turned down? Well, Weez didn't get Snow's monies. They's got 5.7 billion earmarked for the CHIP Act, and how many billions for quote unquote us? What happened to the videos with them titles on there? And then the whole video would be about how there's been these companies that have been around for 300 years and yada, 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 and this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know, XRP hasn't been around for 300 years. You know what I'm saying? Binance, Coinbase haven't been around for 300 years. MicroStrategies hasn't been around for 300 years. Crypto.com hasn't been around for 300 years. Bitcoin hasn't even been around for 300 years. Microsoft hasn't been around for 300 years. Intel hasn't been around for 300 years. What are we doing here? So what that tells you is that the data, the evidence, and I'm not talking about no per capita data, the data shows that there's not a urgency or there's not a desire to even get eligible to be in the competition for this type of funding. Now, what is people's thoughts on that? This is Tether Talk. No, actually, this is Bitcoin Talk. The Tether stream will be next week. So now, this is my question, right? This rant that I just went on. What does the rant say? Is my question. What's the rant say? Shout out to Carlton. We're about to put Carlton on the spot. Of the total $5.7 billion of the government funds. Now, my question is, quote unquote, here we go. The we question. How many businesses do we have that would be eligible for this $5.7 billion? Now, let me ask you this question. In this situation here, did we establish businesses and the CEOs was deleted? Did the businesses get ran up in and burnt down? What happened? Somebody tell me what happened. What happened? Somebody throw a Molotov cocktail inside the office of Black Chip? What happened? Shout out to Cat. Cassie said they didn't exist. Hey, shout out to Carl. Hey, you like that one? Did somebody throw a Molotov cocktail into the front office of Black Chip and burn the business down and they didn't have insurance? What happened? Everybody's not supposed to get rich. Everybody's not supposed to be wealthy. If you are, shout out to you. If you're not, that's your circumstance. You know what I'm saying? The government will also have a warrant to buy an additional 5% of Intel shares if the company is no longer majority owner of its foundry business. Intel said that the U.S. government won't have a board seat or other governance rights, which, okay. As the only semiconductor company that does leading edge logic research and development and manufacturing in the U.S., Intel is deeply committed to ensuring the world's most advanced technologies are American made. Intel CEO Lip Bhutan said in the press release, Lip Bhutan and American made just go hand in hand with each other, don't they? I mean, that's one of them good, strong American names, ain't it? I like when I hear the name Lip Bhutan, I can't not think about red, white, blue, and stars. What about you guys? Like the first thing that I want to do is get one of those red, white, and blue popsicles and go light some sparklers. You know what I'm saying? When I hear the name Lip Bhutan. Cause just, you know what I'm saying? I just get all patriotic and shit. Isn't that what happens with you guys? I'm just saying. Don't be shy. You know what I'm saying? Earlier on Friday, President Donald Trump said the government should get about 10% of the company, which has a market cap of just over $100 billion. This is a company that Bitcoin has yet another higher market cap than. They've agreed to do it, and I think it's a great deal for them, Trump told reporters Friday at the White House. White House officials previously told CNBC that Trump and Tan will meet on Friday afternoon. Lutnick's post included a photo with Tan, all right? I think Trump and Tan already met, and the results was him turning orange. You know what I'm saying? The marks, look, this is, again, here go. This should have been edited. The marks, it should be this marks, right? It really should be beast marks, but this marks the latest example of a distinct shift in U.S. industrial policy, with the government taking an active role in the private sector. I think that this is just a statement that, like, the government is willing to invest in American businesses. I think that's, I mean, of course, there's control that comes with it and all of that other stuff, but I think that that's the main imagery that's supposed to be the takeaway. Shout out to Cassie. Cassie said it's about as American as chopsticks. That name is about as American as an egg roll. You know what I'm saying? It's about American as table tennis. You know what I'm saying? Lutnick told CNBC this week that the U.S. government was seeking an equity stake in Intel in exchange for the CHIP Act's funds. We should get an equity stake for our money, Lutnick said on CNBC's Squawk on the Street. So we'll deliver the money, which was already committed under the Biden administration. We'll get an equity in return for it. That's why. See, that's some hustle shit right there. That's a hustle move right there. That's like that's some gangster shit. Like, that's some G shit right there. Like, we just about to extort you and shit. That's like, you know what I'm saying? Like when Frank Lucas put the dollar under the cup type shit. Y'all remember that when Denzel put the money under the cup? Here go your dollar. Come on, Frank. Really, Frank? You gonna kill me right outside in front of everybody? They didn't renegotiate the terms. They didn't re-leverage the terms. They didn't do none of that. Earlier this week, Intel announced another major backer when SoftBank said it would make a $2 billion investment in a chip maker equal to about 2% of the company. Intel's technology is seen as lagging. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, which makes chips for companies including Apple, NVIDIA, Qualcomm, AMD, and even Intel. Intel has been spending billions of dollars to build a series of chip factories in Ohio, an area the company previously called the Silicon Heartland, where Intel would be able to produce the most advanced chips, including for AI. But in July, Tan sent in a memo to employees that there would be no more blank checks and that it was slowing down the construction of its Ohio factory complex, depending on market conditions. What market conditions are those? Are those the same market conditions that are causing places all over the United States to lay massive amounts of people off? Is it? If it is, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, give me a thumbs down. Intel's Ohio factory is now scheduled to start operations in 2030. Yeah, nice timing. That's when the Beast Mark $1 million activities should start happening too. Right? Intel said last fall that it had finalized a nearly $8 billion grant under the CHIPS and Science Act to fund its factory building plans. The CHIPS Act was passed in 2022 under the Biden administration. So Trump didn't even pass this act. And he just said, yo, I'm going to take this, and if you want this money, you're gonna give us 10%. And they said, we need the money. Here go 10%. He just did some G shit. He told Luck, yo, go over there and tell him this, or we pulling the money. know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's no corruption like Trump corruption. It'll make you rich. It'll make you rich. Now, how many people heard about the United States government posting the economic data onto select blockchains? If you guys heard about that, give me a thumbs up. If you did not hear about that, give me a thumbs down. It's not important, right? It's not important. What do you guys think? U.S. government partners with Chainlink Pith Network to publish GDP data on Bitcoin, Ethereum, Tron, Avalanche, and other blockchains. What is the significance of this? Government agencies look to blockchain technology for secure, transparent, and verifiable distribution of economic statistics. They might post the census data on the blockchain at some point. They might just start using the blockchain and social media and start posting everything on the blockchain. Post my tweet onto the blockchain. You know what I'm saying? See here, look at, they got the official announcement. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Oh yeah. U.S. Department of Commerce. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. Is there some kind of secret message here? Is there a secret message here? The blockchains that the United States government used to post the data on, do you think that the United States will invest in those blockchains? Department of Commerce posts second quarter gross domestic product to blockchain. Today, the Department of Commerce announced that it will begin posting real gross domestic product data on the blockchain beginning with the July 2025 data. GDP increased at an annual rate of 3.3% in July, according to the revised estimates released by the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. This increase of GDP could be something that makes them say, no, we're not decreasing the interest rates. This is the first time a federal agency has published economic statistical data like this on the blockchain, and the latest way the department is utilizing innovative technology to protect federal data and promote public use. The department published an official hash of its quarterly GDP data release for 2025, and in some cases, the top line GDP number to the following 9 blockchains. Pay attention to these blockchains: Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Tron, Stellar, Avalanche, Arbitrum One, Polygon, and Optimism. Everybody should be writing those tokens down and making sure that you got a decent amount of those, right? Now, as much as modern investor doesn't like Tron, United States government does. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. The data was also further disseminated through coordination with the oracles Pith and Chainlink. The exchanges Coinbase, Gemini, and Kraken helped facilitate the department's publishing. So, you know, for the most part, Coinbase has been swooped up. Like, Coinbase has now been in the same way that Facebook and Google have been like engulfed into the government, Coinbase has been swallowed up by the government. Like Coinbase is the feds for the most part at this point. Gemini and Kraken help facilitate the department's publishing. The department will continue to innovate and broaden the scope of publishing future data sets like GDP to include the use of other blockchains like oracles and exchanges. Trump can't wait. He can't wait. Listen to me. I'm trying to tell you, and lots of people will be happy about this. Other people will not be. Trump can't wait to post the FBI crime statistics to the blockchain. It's coming. It's coming. Now, when Trump does post the FBI crime statistics to the blockchain on the Bitcoin blockchain, is that what it's going to take for people to bend the knee to Bitcoin and relinquish the nonsense that Bitcoin is not real? Is it going to take that? What will it take? Trump can't wait to post the crime statistics pre and post National Guard intervention on the blockchain. What you gonna say about the blockchain then? And if you can't, and if you don't get anything for Bitcoin, how did somebody post something on Bitcoin? Is this just made up? Is this fake news? Bitcoin transaction hash. There you go. GDP data. Crime statistics one coming. There it is. Yeah, shout out to Katsy. Katsy said, to be honest, I'm good with most people not believing in crypto. More for us. Absolutely. Shout out to Beastmark. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said the blockchain is racist. The blockchain is racist the same way the guns just be killing everybody. The blockchain is racist in the same way that the guns just be killing everybody. Some conditions are beyond change. You just got to accept it. Some diseases can never be healed. You just got to accept it. And anytime I reference stuff like that, make no mistake, I'm referencing incurable conditions. Okay? These conditions are incurable. These are incorrectable situations. They're fixed. They just are what they are. You have to understand it, accept it, and move with it, or deny it. Those are the only two options. You know what I'm saying? U.S. Commerce Department is publishing GDP data on 9 blockchains. This marks a major adoption of blockchain technology for official government economics reporting in the U.S. Okay? So, that's a fact. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a fact. And there's nothing that anybody can do about it. There is something that you can do about it. You can be a part of it and get paid, or you can be on YouTube in 2025 looking for outrage porn instead of looking for something to do with your millions of dollars. Sorry. I choose the latter. And I hope that everybody is here because they choose the latter as well. Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said the blockchain will be here for good in Umar Johnson's voice. Right. Questions, comments, concerns. Leave them after the video. If you guys haven't smashed the like yet, please do me a favor. Make sure you guys smash that like. All right. You know, we've been talking about, you know, what we're going to do as far as like, quote unquote, beast mark expansion. Your boy been busy. That's why I haven't had a chance to stream very much or drop videos. So I'm once I'm able to get back to the regular routine, I got y'all, and we're going to get that stuff built up. Shout out to the liquidity pool. The liquidity pool is at $250. At the very least, you'll be able to, you know, invest $250 with the proper qualifications per month at the very least. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AB. If you interested in the liquidity pool, you got to apply with AB Promotions. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the stream sponsors. I definitely appreciate y'all. Shout out to my man AB Promotions for being a member for 23 months. I definitely appreciate you, bro. I'm going to try to do a stream tomorrow. If you guys want to stream tomorrow, let me know in the comment section after the video, not during the outro. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,
yeah, hey, okay, I'm fresh up out the package. Sign my deal, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping out just to unfamiliar coordinates. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red, it's not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollars.
Me ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And then got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that.